Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome to another Last Cloudia stream. Today's going to be quite a big one, I think. I wanted to start this a little bit earlier, not too much earlier, but you know, trying to make sure I'm prepared for this one because probably going to be another quite a long stream, honestly, because today we've got 7th anniversary, right? And for some reason, they decided to release 2 units at the same time. And on top of all the anniversary changes, probably going to be quite a lot of stuff to do with today, I think. Obviously the main focus of today is going to be covering the units, like we always do, and I think that'll be pretty fun considering these units do look pretty good, and I also want to cover everything that is new in the anniversary, any changes and stuff like that, and just kind of cover everything that I can, and it should be pretty fun. Probably going to be around 3 hours or so, I'm going to guess, because covering everything in this anniversary is probably going to take quite a while, but that's fine, because I have enough time, so let's start this off with looking at everything in the news, and we'll go from there. There are a couple of banners and stuff in the shop as well that I do want to kind of mention, and we do get a Ark select ticket today, so make sure to go in the event and get that select ticket, and I will talk about some like recommendations on what you should be getting with that ticket in a little bit. But first, let's just have a look at everything in the maintenance notice, because there is a good amount of stuff I want to cover here, just so everyone's aware of everything that they've added in this update today. Most of this update and most of the changes that they have done are related to guild battles. So if you don't care really at all about guild battles, then there probably isn't going to be anything super exciting here, I think. But there is still some exciting stuff coming in the future that they have announced, so that should be fun. So obviously the 7th anniversary is the main focus of today's update, and we'll have a look at that notice in a moment. Obviously we've got 2 new units, which we will have a look at those very soon. I do want to cover both of these today, so the plan for this is going to be focusing on one at a time, kind of the same thing that I did with the Ruto and Fairy King banner, just the same thing like that, where I focus on one unit, talk about everything, and do everything with that unit, and then focus on the next one. So we're probably going to focus on Arkh first, and then Lonardo afterwards. That's the plan. And we'll look at all their kits and stuff very soon. I think they should be pretty fun. And of course, there isn't going to be too much in this maintenance notice because most of it is in the 7th anniversary event. So today is the 9th of April, and we've got part 1 of this anniversary with 2 units, and then part 2 of the anniversary is going to be on the 23rd. There's going to be another unit in Arkh and some other free pulls and stuff, so that's going to be nice on the 23rd. So in 2 weeks from now there should be part 2 for the anniversary. I couldn't put part 2 in the thumbnail because you know, fitting 2 units and all the text in the thumbnail is just kind of difficult, but it's fine. So, Anniversary Festival, the event itself, this one is an event where you can get the more important rewards. So of course you can get the 3,000 free crystals and a frame from just seeing a cutscene in the event, and then you can do one of the event stages, and then you get the UR trade ticket, which I will have a look at in a moment. I think probably a good idea to do that before we cover the units, so I don't get nagged constantly about it. Probably. And we do get some credential trade equipments on the 23rd of April, and we get a unit trade ticket on the 7th of May, so that's next month. So in a month from now we get a unit trade ticket, which is nice, but you have to wait a month for it, which kind of sucks, but it's fine. You've got to wait for it, it's fine. But and then some tickets you can get from training space and events and stuff. There is a unit ticket from one of the events. There's a good amount of stuff. They always provide some good stuff in these anniversary events, so I do always like that. Login bonus, of course. Free gacha, like always, is a nice one. And some promos, like the first team up bonus in multiplayer. So the crystals from multiplayer have been reset, so I do highly recommend to start doing some multiplayer when you can, because you can get another 6,100 crystals from just doing stages and finding, you know, different players. So definitely a good idea to do that at some point. And video rewards have now been boosted. This is an event which increases the amount of times you can do it, which starts today. I don't know if it actually started yet. I should have checked, but it's definitely going to start today at least. That's until the 7th of May, so an entire month of these rewards. Very nice. Even though it's kind of annoying to watch the ads, it's, you know, still some nice crystals, and you can just do it in the background anyways. And some training promos that we always get, arena promos on the 20th of April. And the event itself seems like it's going to be a nice one because it does have a world map, and you can get the 7th anniversary gacha tickets and a super DOH ticket. I think this one is the one that allows you to get any random Descent of Heroes unit, and that includes the new units. So if you're lucky enough, you could potentially get one of the new units from this ticket, which is a very small chance, but you never know, because it happened to me before a couple of times. It's very weird, but could be good. And these anniversary gacha tickets have both of the new units in them, as well as the Arkh. So those tickets could be pretty good. Currently, you can get up to 19 tickets right now. If you check your present box and do the events and everything, you can get 19 tickets right now of these anniversary tickets. So that's pretty nice. Make sure you get those and use those before you do any crystals. And then the anniversary medal trading space is another separate trading space where you can get medals. If you've been auto farming, you can just log in today and claim those auto farm rewards, and you get these anniversary medals from them if you've been auto farming. So quite easy to get medals from this, just from auto farming story stages. So I do recommend to do that, so you can get these medals a lot easier. And then these boss stages are not new, these are rerun events, but it is nice to see these come back, because we haven't seen some of these in a very long time, and they do have some pretty strong equipment in them, so I do recommend to do these. And you can also get a frame as well. One of these can only be done in multiplayer, which is this unknown stage, and they were quite kind of difficult when they're released, but I'm going to assume that they're not really that difficult anymore, especially if you've got current up-to-date units. It should be quite easy to compare to what it used to be. That's what I'm thinking. As long as you're not in multiplayer with a bunch of newer players, you should be fine. And as long as you have at least one healer, that's all you really need, I think. And then Summon's Yard, another beta version of this, is going to be releasing. It basically technically released today, but that's just the ready phase. So the actual period of when it starts is going to be on the 16th of April. Damage rankings on the 17th for both of the new units, and the Demon Lord unit we just had, and Phantom Thief Robin. And then some other events which are just rerun events, I think. We've got more Redux events, Tower Trials, stuff like that. And then the banners themselves, of course, we've got the Descent of Heroes banners for each of these units. We'll be looking at these very soon. Obviously we've got Arkh and Lonardo, guaranteed UR, which I never recommend doing it because it's too expensive unless it's a very good one, but we'll look at that later on. New unit ticket gacha, you can only get this from the shop with paid crystals, so mostly ignore this banner because you can't get it unless you buy it, so it's mostly just, you know, going to be there. And yeah, I've heard some people getting some good stuff already from tickets, so I'm hoping I can get some things from there. There are a few interesting banners, anniversary banners, and these can be quite good banners if you're a newer player or someone that doesn't have that many things on your account. Some are paid crystals, but there are some that are free crystals only too. Let's just have a look at these real quick. So this is a UR step gacha. The thing about this one though is you don't get one guaranteed that you don't have, right? It's a random UR. So you get one random UR out of the pool of URs up until the Demon Shot Ether Diver Arc, which is the most recent shift form of what's her face, you know, her yes. And step 2 is 3 pulls, step 5 is 5 pulls, step 6 is 6 pulls. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Step 5 is a free one. I only recommend doing this if you don't have many URArks, right? If you're someone like me that has most of them already, don't do this because you're most likely just going to get dupes. And there is a chance you could just only get dupes from this, and there's no guarantee that you're going to get something new. So it's only recommended if you're a newer player, and these are only paid crystals too. So it's up to you if you want to do it. You're not guaranteed to get something that you actually want, but URArks are still the most difficult to get in the game, and some of them are the best arcs in the game too, and some are very strong. But you know, that's up to you if you want to do it. But it is a good banner if you're missing a bunch of those arcs at least. And then units only 10 spin gacha, you can get 10 guaranteed units. You can still get dupes in here. It's not guaranteed to be new, and it does include permanent units, and there's no rate up. So 3,000 paid crystals for this is good if you're missing a bunch of units. So same thing as this banner, only do it if you're missing a bunch of the units in this banner. And these are both paid crystal banners, and this one is another paid only banner, so mostly ignore this one. I think I don't really recommend doing that one. 10,000 paid crystals up to 2 times to get a select ticket. I would never do that, honestly. Now this banner is a lot more interesting. This one is 3 crystals, I believe. You get 3,000 free crystals for a 10 pull, and it guarantees one of the featured Descent of Heroes units. So out of these units, you can get one of these guaranteed, which is pretty nice. Some of these are not that great anymore, like Shifter Dell, super outdated. Same thing with Zero, he's super outdated. Moana's not that great. Ascended Roland is outdated. Demon Plate Alice isn't really used anymore, kind of outdated already. Belzar, semi-decent, but mostly used for his charisma. You know, most of these units are kind of outdated, so it's not bad for 3,000 free crystals, honestly, because starting off, if you're literally just starting to play today because you heard about the Brave Frontier collab that's coming in a few months, then it is probably worth doing this, because 3,000 free crystals for one of these units guaranteed is still going to be pretty good. But if you get one of the more useless units in here, like Shifter Dell, technically you can use them, but there's just a lot better options now. You know, but the best thing about this, though, is the second step is 7,000 free crystals, and you get one of these URArks guaranteed. So out of all of these URArks, you can get one of these guaranteed. So technically you're paying 10,000 free crystals to get one of these arcs guaranteed, which is a pretty good deal if you ask me, and we don't get these kind of deals that often for free-to-play players. So this is definitely a good idea to do this banner if you're missing a bunch of these arcs, or these units too, but mostly the arcs, because the arcs are the more valuable things in this banner. But yeah, I would recommend doing this if you're missing most of these. If you already have if you have about half of them or something, it's probably not recommended to do it. I would just skip it if you have most of them. If you have half or above or something. But if you have like maybe 2 or 3, it's probably worth considering to do it, but because it's only 3 crystals, so that's up to you. But I personally would if I'm missing a few of them. Well, if I'm missing a lot of them, I would do it. But on my account currently, I have most of these, and I don't care about anything here, so I'm skipping this one. But it is a really good banner for newer players, or players that don't have that many things yet. So this is a paid crystal banner, but you can get a specific Descent of Heroes unit that you don't have out of all these units. This doesn't start yet, it starts next week. So on the 16th of April, that's when this banner starts. This could be a pretty good banner, because some of these units are pretty good, but that is assuming that you have the worst units in here, because if you have the bad units, then you should be guaranteed to get something good at least. Like, if you can get Civil Society Linus from this, it would be amazing. Honestly, most of these owner units are not that great anymore, but I mean, Fairy King is okay, it can still be used, but like, you know, probably not recommended considering it's paid crystals only. And the same thing in part 2, just another banner like this, but with a different selection of units, basically. I just recommend to check what you don't have and decide from there, because paid crystals, that's all I can say about this one. And we do get some ticket banners. So there is a 7th anniversary ticket banner, which has both of the units at 0.4% and the Arkh at 0.4% because you are Arkh. The rates are not that great, honestly, but having some sort of rate up on tickets is at least something, right? But I was hoping at least the units would have a bit higher rate up, considering there's 2 of them in the same banner, and the fact that they are basically just halving the rates of the units isn't that great, but I've heard people getting units from it, so you can still get lucky from it for sure, but it's less likely, I think, because 0.4% is just not that much. But considering you got 3 chances of 0.4%, it's not too bad, I suppose. Yeah, getting anything from tickets is going to be a win for sure. And then this Super Descent of Heroes ticket, everyone can get one for free right now from the, whatever those boxes are called. If you get a great ticket, which I'm pretty sure everyone gets one for free from the event, during one of the event stages, you trade that ticket for the Super Descent of Heroes ticket, I'm pretty sure. And then this ticket can guarantee any Descent of Heroes unit in the game up to the most recent one, which is being the new Lonardo and Arkh. So you could get something really good from this, or you could just get bottom garbage, which is what most people are going to get, honestly, and that should be expected because there's a lot of units in that banner, but you never know. Yeah, the rates are not that great. I wish they were slightly better. I'm always going to complain about banners in this game because the gachas in this game are the biggest negative thing about this game is the gachas and the rates and the pity and all that stuff isn't my favourite. It's my least favourite thing about the game. A lot of other gacha games do it way better than this, but even though this game is kind of old, there's not really an excuse because they could just update it, you know? Yeah, I think the main reason why it feels bad is because the actual rates for SSRs are pretty decent. Right, I think you've got like 3% chance for a unit and 5% chance for an Arkh. So that's decent rates, it's just the actual rate ups are not that high compared to some other games, but if you compare it to like the other big games like Wuthering Waves or stuff like that, they've got 0.8% chance, I believe, which is basically the same as what this game has, which honestly I feel like it should be higher than that, but oh well. I was slightly hoping for some updates to like the pity system or something, but they haven't even mentioned anything to do with that, which was disappointing, because that's the thing I really want to see is just some kind of universal pity currency like most gacha games have, and a lot of people are going to be happy with that, but they just won't for some reason. They won't even acknowledge that at this point, which is just disappointing, but maybe they'll do something in the future, who knows. I hope so, but I doubt it at this point, because they've never touched it. They touched it once, but that was to reduce the actual pity itself, and not universal medals or anything like that. They did do universal medals for one of the collabs, but anyways. Here we have a bunch of guild battle changes. Now, I don't want to go through everything specifically to do with the guild battles, because not everyone is going to care about guild battles, and there is going to be quite a lot of information to do with guild battles, and if you want to get into guild battles you should probably read this, because there are some important things and it's going to change up how guild battles actually works now, so it is recommended to read it at least. I'll at least briefly go over it in a moment, so we'll have a look at that notice in a moment. really quickly, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. Last Cloudia Wars has been updated apparently. I haven't checked this yet, I should check it. I personally have never gotten this, and it doesn't actually start until the 12th of April, so can't check that yet anyways. Battleground Simulator, these are some very good changes by the way, with Battleground Simulator. Now, unclear difficulties up to 100 can be cleared without using any tries. So only unclear difficulties up to 100. So you can push a lot faster now, and it doesn't take your tries for this to reach 100. And as well as that, you can now, between difficulties 200 and 250, you can select to increase it by 5 instead of just one difficulty, because it takes a very long time to get from 200 to 250, but now you can do it at 5 at a time, so it's going to be 5 times as fast technically. So that's going to be very good. That's going to be a great change, and I'm happy to see that, at least because getting to 250 is the goal for every single player. Your goal should be to get to 250, or 245 is the goal really, because that is where you get the best, or that's the biggest increase of rates for crest drops. So 245 is the goal everyone should be aiming for this. But yeah, it's now going to take a lot less time, so that's great. And the Center of Heroes banner lineup has been changed, updated, so now it has the new Ruto, Fairy King, Crappy Malins, Ebba, and Demon Gunner Lilibet. Ruto is still a very good PvP unit, he's still used quite a lot. That's the most notable unit here really, and you can also get the paid equipments for these units as well as the summer version of Labref, so that's quite nice. I would recommend to have a look at the paid equipments for Ruto if you care about PvP, because his paid equipments can be quite good, I think. His armor is quite good. I haven't checked his weapon or anything, but his paid equipments are pretty good. The other units don't matter too much. Fairy King can be decent. I've been using him a little bit. He can tank Benimaru pretty well, but unfortunately current meta is against him because of Shiflog Zeus just completely destroys him. That's his biggest issue, but his paid equipments are still pretty good. I like his paid weapon, honestly. And some skill rebalancing, so I'll just go over these really quickly. Don't want to name every single skill. So two-handed sword boost 3, reduced by 1. These are not very massive changes, just very slightly changed, reduce the SC cost on these skills. No attribute attack raise 3, and all the other attack raise skills and no attribute mega drive has been reduced by 1. All the other mega drives have been reduced by 1, so it's now 12. And other two-handed boost skills have been reduced by 1. Fair and Square's reduced by 1, Sawma's Mindset, these other two skills, I don't remember. Visions of Mana is a good collab skill that I personally like using quite a bit. Yeah, I personally don't play Grand Summoners. I tried it once, it was okay, and then I just got, too grindy for me. But yeah, I don't know too much about it, but one of these mindset skills that no one ever uses in their life because they're just garbage skills, reduced by 2, Angelite Breakthrough, Legend of Heroes, and yeah, these skills, a bunch of damage cap increases is very nice to see. It's not super significant, but it is a nice change. So all of the sabers have got more damage cap, basically. 1000 more damage cap on all of these. And this is what I like. So the Giant Purge skills and the Giant Killing skills, just 4 and 3, they have gotten 1000 more damage cap, which is nice. Not very significant, but it's still something. Special Breakthrough skills have now got more damage cap, and all of the Breakthrough skills now have more damage cap, which is very nice. Basically double the damage cap of skill 1 Breakthrough. These skills are going to be quite nice. I honestly was using them before anyways, because on units like Christmas Rem, you only want to spam her skill 3 and use Honey Elixir. These skills are very good for those types of units where you just want to constantly spam one skill. So these skills are going to be even better now, providing a bit more damage cap. It's not going to be a massive difference, but it's still something, so it's nice to see that change at least. And see some long range damage caps increases. Independence now has a bit more damage and damage cap. Surprise Present is a buff that you give to an ally. This one's a very nice change. Sword Formation. Order of the Black Knights is a very nice one, because I have been using this, but before it was only giving 500 damage cap, skill damage cap per ally. Now it's doubled, so this skill's a lot better now than it was before. It's 1000 per ally, so up to 3000 damage cap now instead of 1500. It's going to be probably worth using now for sure. Even though it's a hassle to adjust your builds for it, it's going to be a nice skill to have, I think. And then they've changed the names of some skills. Basically, they're just making room for some weaker versions of the shields we currently have that have lower skill costs. So we're probably going to be starting to see these shields available on other arcs and stuff in the future, I'm going to guess, which could be quite nice. Yeah, I personally don't remember every single skill here because some of these are collab skills. Like Everlonged for Bracer, if you told me what that was, I would have no clue, because some of these are collab skills that some of them I never really used. So yeah, but this one could be nice now because it is increased by 3000, so that's pretty nice. This one's going to be nice, for sure. Probably worth using now, honestly. Especially on dual wield units. And some other improvements, let me just have a look at this really quickly. Adventure Medal trading spaces is very important. So in the Adventure Medal trading space, you can now get Arkhs. You can get Arkhs up until Melee Mare, and they cost 12 Adventure Medals. So if you have Adventure Medals saved up, you can now get some of these Arkhs in that trading space, which is very nice. And some people keep talking about they could be releasing another rarity of Arkhs in the future. People keep talking about that. I don't care about that until it happens, and then I'll start complaining, okay? But for now, it's a nice change, I'd say, for sure. Because some of these Arkhs are very old at this point. Trials of the Summer Beast is now permanent. Friend Gacha has been updated. That's very nice. I really hope they make the change to allow you to use more friend points at one time, because only being able to do 30 pulls on the friend gacha at once is annoying, because I have like 11 million friend points, and how am I going to use those? Spend like hours just pressing the button? I don't want to do that. I can't bother to do that. I would rather just have a use all type button or a scroll wheel or something that allows me to select how much I want to use. They need to implement that immediately, as soon as they can, because it's going to be a very nice quality of life feature that they should be adding. I really hope they do that. Added some more stamps. Update the combat units lineup. Mission progression caps of some missions. Guild tabs. Tutorials. Nothing crazy here. Some unlock conditions. Now, here are some packs that are available in the shop. So, there are a couple in here which are pretty good, but they are all paid crystals. So if you're free to play, mostly ignore it, but if you're willing to spend a little bit, it might be worth considering, depending on if you're willing to do that. It's up to you, but this is free. And this one, I am definitely going to get this one because this is 300 paid crystals, and you get one Super Descent of Heroes ticket, which, if you remember, guarantees you one random Descent of Heroes units, and it could be the new units. don't get any hope because it's not going to be the new unit. It's a very small chance, but it's a good ticket to get if you're missing a bunch of those units, because even if you get a unit you're not going to use, you can get them up to level 100 and you still get 1000 free crystals back from it, so it's not too bad. And having a small chance of getting one of the new units or a very strong useful unit is probably worth it in my opinion if you're missing a bunch of units. So I'm personally going to do this because it could just be a new unit. It's probably not, and it's quite cheap, so I don't mind doing that. And this one, Ark trade ticket, 9,600. Don't really recommend doing that, honestly. It's a bit expensive. Hyper Prismal Crystone for 300 paid crystals is very good. If you're someone that, you know, if you're a newer player, getting this material allows you to instantly get your unit to level 120 and unlock all of the skills. So you can literally just start the game, get a unit, pull a up-to-date unit, buy this if you're willing to, and then that unit will be instantly maxed, and then you can just use them and complete the whole story entirely, right? So that's going to set you up for completing the whole story if you do that. It probably would be something I would be willing to do if I were someone starting just now and was thinking about playing this game for a long time. That's up to you, but 3,000 paid crystals for this is pretty nice. Here's another pack that's a very good pack. 3,000 paid crystals for 15 God Relic Prisms. Everyone loves this pack because this allows you to fully max out a unit to plus 30 SC. And I do like these packs. Apparently there's another pack. There's another one of these God Relic packs in the Gold Razor shop. And honestly, they've done a few changes to the Gold Razor shop. And if they continuously keep updating the Gold Razor shop with limited packs like this, I feel like that place is going to be a decent place to buy a few things from. The only thing I don't really like about it is the fact that you have to buy the stupid gold pins or whatever, and it's a bit of a weird system. But if you're someone that already has or already uses the Gold Razor shop, then you're probably familiar with it anyways, and you're probably fine with it. But for people that have no idea what it is, it's a bit more complicated and a bit annoying that you have to buy a certain amount of those stupid things, because you can't just say, oh, this pack is worth £5, so I'm gonna buy that for £5. It won't let you, because you have to buy a minimum of £10 worth of whatever the stupid currency they use is, right? So yeah, it's a bit weird, but I'll check it out later in my own time, just because I want to see if they've added this in the shop yet. And then this one, Anniversary Credential, Trade Ticket, Temple, Gacha, some other stuff, 4,500. I probably wouldn't do that, honestly. This one gives some God Relic Prisms and some tickets and stuff. I mean, it's not too bad, but I think this one's a bit better because 1,500 paid crystals to get a Temple ticket in the Anniversary Gacha. So if you are missing everything from the Anniversary Ticket Gacha and you've already used all of your tickets, then this could be a pretty good one to buy if you've also done the Step Gacha. So I'm probably going to think of doing this unless I get one of the units early, we'll see. And then this one, 900 paid crystals, 3 more tickets, nothing crazy really. And this one, you can get one of the new units guaranteed for 9,600 paid crystals, but you can't select it. It's a random one out of the 2, so if you're buying this thinking that you can get yourself the second unit that you don't have guaranteed, that's not the case. Just be aware of that, so that you're not guaranteed to get the one that you want, okay? Because you can't select it. That's just very, very important to keep in mind. Yeah, that cheap pack is a very good pack that I want to get, but you can't just buy it outright. You have to buy more than what the pack is worth, because you need to buy the stupid, you know, gold stuff. That's the one thing I don't like. That's why I didn't buy it yet, because I would have to basically pay double for it, and then have 5 left over that I don't know what to do with. If you have 30,000 crystals already, save for the moment. There is a Brave Frontier collab coming in a few months. Definitely save for that. I think Shift Ark is going to be the better unit for most players because his PvE potential could be quite good, but we're going to go over those units very soon. And just make sure to use all your tickets before you spend anything. Razor Gold Shop updates, that's what we were just talking about. Yeah, this one-time God Relic Prism set, you can get 15 God Relic Prisms, is available apparently. I should check this. I'm going to check it right now. I have it on my phone, I'm going to go check it. Just to see if it's right there. And here it is. So it costs 37 euros, which I don't know how much that is because I don't actually have euros, but that, I don't know if that's good or not. I can't tell you if that's good or not. It doesn't, I would say no, because I don't think that's 3,000 paid crystals worth, is it? Like, if you spend £38 of crystals, that would be equivalent to the 3,000 paid pack. I suppose that's not too bad. I suppose. But you're literally just getting those God Relic Prisms and not any free crystals from it, so, you know, it's up to you, but if you really want God Relic Prisms, then maybe. But, yeah, I mean, I'll look at more of that into that later, but I'm probably not going to get that. Anyways, let's just keep going. I've been spending a bit too long on this news because there is a lot here that I wanted to make sure I want to cover. Some more shop updates and skins. Yeah, that's everything. We got to the end of it. There's a lot of stuff. Look how much scrolling there is. There's a lot of stuff today. Most of them are changes and updates. Yeah, Shift Ark, or I like to call him. Here's something you may not know. Something that's funny, or not funny, depending on if you think it's funny. Is if you put an S in front of Arkh, because it's a shift form of Ark, you rearrange the letters and what you get? Shark. I just think it's funny. It's not that funny, but it's funny that it spells shark. But he's probably going to be easier to use dual wield, honestly. I think his potential could be slightly better single wield for endgame players. But if you're a newer player, definitely dual wield. I think dual wield is going to be the play because dual wield is going to be a lot easier to get reliable damage caps and stuff. But yeah, that's everything in the maintenance notice and in the news for the anniversary right now. I did want to briefly check the guild updates, but I'm not going to go in depth on this one. I just want to briefly give you an idea of exactly what the changes there are for these. So we'll just spend a couple minutes on this. Basically, before it was a unique system where in your battles, in your forts, each battle was a round, and your entire attack counted as one battle, and your SAT reset and everything like that. But now each round is instead a battle. So at the start of each round, it's now going to give you your battle start effects. That's the biggest difference, is your attacking team is now going to get battle start effects. That's the biggest change on your attack team. And there's now a swap out system, so you can put a unit in available that you can swap out after each battle, you know. So you can choose if you want to swap out one of your current units for a unit in your swap out thing. Yeah, I hope everyone else has a nice anniversary too. I think anniversary is always a fun time. I'm hoping the summers go well later on. Hopefully everyone else has good luck too, because you're gonna need it for sure. Battle chain bonus, restore MP at the start of battle. So if you go into the next battle, once you beat one, go into the next battle, you restore some MP, and you get 5 seconds extra time. So because at the end of the first battle, and you're going into the second battle, it's going to reset your MP, and so you'll start with 5 MP, and then you'll get bonus 10 MP after the first one, then 20, and so on. And defenders can now get some devices which boosts your effects. Highly recommended, check it out if you want to see exactly what they do. Basically, they are very significant. They're very strong boosts. 50% less physical and counter damage taken. Nullify defense piercing effects. Every 6 seconds restore MP. Cut damage taken based on how few allies there are. These effects are very strong, especially the elemental effects. Fire attack damage taken minus 80%. So you're basically never going to take any fire damage. You know, I feel like these effects are too strong. And this is technically, this is still in a beta period. So we're going back in time. It was a full release of Guild Battles for however long we've had it. And now they are updating it and making it a beta. Which is fine, I suppose. But some of these changes are questionable. And you know, some of them I'm not the biggest fan of. But yeah, these extra seconds is not going to matter too much. Because stall meta is going to be arguably worse. Because revive stalls is still going to be a thing, but the difference now being the attacker's going to start with SCT, right? So they can use their skills immediately now. So yes, revive stalls will be slightly worse, but they haven't changed anything to do with the revive stalls. So Sketty, Deborn, all those units are still going to be a thing, unfortunately, and revive stalls themselves, like Melzer, are going to be even worse because of these boosts. So current stalls like Melzer are going to be even more tanky because of boosts like this that you can give to those units, which is annoying because I feel like stall is going to be even more of a problem now because yes, you could use a burst in your fort, but the problem is the attacking team is going to be starting with SCT and a bunch of battle start debuffs like Shifter Luch and Apropolica, stuff like that. All of the battle start debuffs you're going to have on your attack team. Attack team has a massive advantage now, and stall is just kind of the way. Trying to survive as long as you can in your fort is probably the only way, unless you can build a counter unit in your fort or have a strong enough burst that can somehow work, you know, at least in the top ranks. It's probably going to be stall. That's what I'm guessing. And there is something hilarious that I really want to show you once it comes up. And if you know, you know. Lowered minimum participant requirement to 5. Yeah, those two arcs are pretty good. Changes to battle rules. So I'm not going to go through everything here, but basically, because they changed each one to a battle, and we now have a new swap out phase in between each battle, the ST and everything is going to get reset. So MP will get reset, and debuffs and buffs will get reset. Special gauge resets. Skills that activate at the start of the battle activate at the start of each battle. That's a massive buff. Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. I've already been discussing in my guilds, and we think it's stupid. We think Adis is not clever with what they've done here, and we already know what the meta is going to be. I can already tell, and it's a problem already. And here we go. Here's the funny thing about skills that activate X time per quest. Who could this mean, I wonder? I wonder who this could be, right? So, I just find this hilarious, okay? This is hilarious to me. Because Adis clearly knows the unit in question. And I'm even going to tell you who it is. And they're just saying, oh, we'll just see what happens anyway, screw it, why not? You know, we know it's going to be stupidly overpowered and broken, but screw it, we're going to leave it in there and just see what happens anyways. That's just what Adis is doing. I don't know why. I just have many questions of why do that. Because you can already picture what's going to happen in the meta, and it's going to be taking over the entire guild battle meta, and it's going to be a problem. So why don't you just adjust it before it even releases, right? Because these effects are going to be a huge issue, and I can already picture that in my head, and I'm going to tell you exactly what it is. So if you don't have any idea what I'm talking about, basically, let me just get to it right here. In the post-change battle structure, each battle counts as one quest. Oh, okay, guess what that means then? Each battle, your once per quest items are going to activate once per battle. Okay, whose units are that going to be? Well, before the change, they only activated once per quest, so they only activated once. But guess what? This is the most hilarious paragraph or sentence that I've ever read. Okay? From Adis. We in the live ops team are aware that some effects are extremely strong. Yeah, they are incredibly strong and broken, even when activating only once per quest. For example, when a specific unit that they don't name because they don't want to name, even though they're very specific of what it is. When a specific unit is incapacitated, its trait activates a powerful all-enemy attack. Oh, I guess who that is. Who is that unit? I have no idea. I just find it hilarious. Its trait activates a powerful all-enemy attack. There's literally only one unit in the entire game that can do that. Okay? And that is Amelia. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows that. Okay? The only reason you won't know that is if you don't have her, or if you're literally just starting, right? Everyone knows it's Amelia. So what's the problem here? Basically, they're saying, we are aware these are very strong effects. Amelia can do this. She's very strong. And now she can do it once per battle. But we're not going to do anything about it. That's what they're saying, okay? Yeah, it's just hilarious, right? So she can activate it once per battle now in guild battles on your attack team. And they say, this is their like cover up to it, saying, oh, we know it's going to be strong, but we have adjusted the devices to make them not dominate the guild battles, so it's fine. No, it's not fine, okay? It's not fine. It's definitely not fine. These effects shouldn't be happening once per battle, okay? It's just a type of effect that is going to dominate guild battles no matter what happens. Unless this is basically forcing everyone to use ice boosts. The the elemental boosts up here, fire field. You're basically going to be forced to use ice field on all of your units, all of your fort teams, basically, right? So when a unit is that dominant in that mode, and you're forced to use something just to counter that one specific unit that everyone is using on their team, period, every single person, it's a problem, right? And they should have thought about this, and Guild Battle hasn't even started yet, right? But we've already been talking about it, and it's a problem that we know is going to happen. And why didn't they fix this beforehand? Because even they themselves said it's very strong, but they're not going to change it. Why? Just why? I suppose it's because it's a beta and we're their test subjects, right? So they're just going to leave it and wait for feedback, even though they know what the feedback's going to be. The feedback's going to be, this one unit is too strong. She can activate her trait attack once per battle at the start of the battle on your attack team. You can't do anything about it. There's no counter apart from using an ice field in your fort. No, I think what they should just do instead is just make it once per battle. I mean, once per quest, so only happen once. That would be fine. They should have just done that to begin with, because making it once per battle right here, like what they've done right now, is going to ruin the mode this season, unfortunately. And it's not going to be like a match this season of like what they're going to use. It's going to be, everyone's going to use this unit. I know they're going to use this unit, so I have to count this unit, otherwise I'm screwed. That's what it's going to be. Yeah, everyone is going to use Amelia 100% on their attack team. There is no exceptions unless you don't have her. So if you have her, she is going to dominate this mode entirely on your attack team and destroy everything, unfortunately. And that's going to be the meta for the season, and I don't know why they didn't change it. I'm just kind of annoyed that they, and I think it's funny, but it's also annoying, the fact that they said, we know this specific unit is strong, but we're not going to adjust it because we're going to wait and see what happens anyways. It's stupid. It's really stupid. But anyways, that's everything I really wanted to talk about in the maintenance notice. We've been here for already 50 minutes. Here's the roadmap if you care about this. This is available in game in the producer's letter if you want to talk about this. One thing I do want to mention is June, Brave Frontier collab. Super important. A lot of people are excited about this, and I know there were a lot of people that were excited about this. I am not one of those people that are super excited because I never really played it that much. I'm not like an OG player or anything of Brave Frontier. I did try it a couple of times, but I was never one of those players that was super into it. But if you were someone that played this game, this is going to be a very hyped collab that a lot of people are going to be saving for right now. Amelia can still work without it, yes, but the strategy is going to be making her suicide or kill herself to start the battle, right? So then she can activate her trait attack on purpose. At the start of each battle, enemy can't do anything about it unless they use their own Amelia, which they're not because it's going to be on their attack team. See the problem? Yeah, it's the base form of Amelia. I don't have a shift form, but it's the base form of Amelia. I'm going to show it to you real quick, and then we'll start going over the units, because we've been here for quite a long time already, and I haven't even talked about the units yet. This Amelia, if it would open it, this Amelia has a trait. When she is incapacitated once per quest, she does a trait attack, which is time stopped, can't do anything about it, restores MP, all that stuff. It's broken. One of the best units in the game for PvP, period, and has been for 5 years, non-stop. And yeah, like someone mentioned already, Shift Lelouch, also a problem on your Guild Battles attack teams, because battle start effects. So let me just show you something real quick. Battle start effects, guess what he has? Battle start, give all enemies strength, defense, intelligence, mind, minus 50% debuff for 12 seconds. This at the start of the battle, nuts, crazy, ridiculous. You're going to be starting the battle with all enemies having these debuffs, and you're going to start with SCT. How's the enemy going to survive that, and how are they going to do damage? I don't know. And every time he dies, he gives SCT to the, higher strength ally, and gives a physical damage dealt debuff for 7 seconds when he dies from an enemy. It's gonna be ridiculous. But I'm gonna stop talking about that now, because we've been here for quite a while already. And if you want to go into guild battles, you should probably be discussing it in your own guilds, because it's not a good idea to talk about guild stuff outside your own guild, because strategies and stuff like that, it's a competitive mode, so I wouldn't really talk about it too much, but I just at least wanted to mention those type of things, right? Any battle start effects, stuff like that. So yeah, I'm hoping they do a lot of good stuff with the Brave Frontier collab. They could potentially do a lot with that. So we have a lot of stuff to do today. We have 2 new units and 1 new Ark. So let's get started, because we're going to be here a long time. I could already tell. So there is one thing I did want to cover before I did that, though, which is the Ark trade ticket. I want to do that before people start nagging me about it. I know some other people will have videos and recommendations of that already, but for anyone that hasn't looked at that yet, I'm just going to quickly go over some recommended Ark options, what I would consider getting from this ticket. The number 1 Ark, you can argue over this with me all you like, but you have to admit that the best Ark to get from this ticket is Susanoo Ark. Susanoo Arkh, right? This Arkh is the best Arkh in here, period. There is no question. There's no argument, because everyone knows it's that strong, and there's not really an alternative, right? Because this is a game changer for every single account in the game. Doesn't matter where you are, if you're a newer player or whatever, because this is insanely strong. One of the best Arkhs in the game. So good. It's a game changer, right? I'm not going to go over every single effect in depth, but all you got to know is it has one of the best Arkh skills in the game. Restores SET, gives insane 75,000 damage cap buff, and 150% damage for your skills and special. Insane Arkh skill, one of the best Arkh skills in the game. A very strong trait, giving more damage cap, boosting your stats, which is very important for endgame content. And even the Arkh reward is very strong, one of the better weapons available, because it gives some damage cap, and some damage, and strength as well. So, one of the best Arkhs in the game. Highly recommend that as your #1 pick. That's the most important one everyone should get right now, so go use your ticket on it. But actually, don't do that yet, because there are other banners. Save your ticket for if you're just gonna decide to pull on the other banners first, because you could get it from there, you never know. The free pull, the free crystal 10 pull gacha for 10,000 free crystals, you could get one of the Arkhs from there potentially, or any of the paid gachas. So save it. If you think of doing those first, then save it for that. Now, after the Susanoo Arkh, it's of course probably going to be back to the old Theopolis and Great War of Ruin Arkhs, I would assume, because these are still kind of pretty strong. I haven't used Theopolis as much anymore, I'll be honest. So I would argue that it's less useful than it used to be, but the Arkh reward is the best staff in the game, and can use it on anyone, so it's pretty good. And Great War of Ruin is, for specials and stuff, is still very strong, so I would probably consider those three to be my top 3 picks, but again, Susanoo being the best one, and there can be alternatives depending on what you have on your accounts. If you're lacking SET skills, it becomes a bit of a different choice, I would say, because then you have things like Kronos giving SET skill, rotating hands for SET could potentially be worth getting over everything else because of SET being so important. But even though it's the worst option for SET, and yeah, some of these Arkhs you can get from adventure medals, so honestly, maybe it's not a good idea to get any of these Arkhs, because you could just get them from adventure medals. So that's a good point, really. You probably don't need to spend it on these, because you could get those from adventure medals. But the thing is, you have to save up those adventure medals first, and if you're just starting off, you're not going to have those medals right now, immediately, right? Metatron is still a very good one, but yeah, there are a lot of good things here. I don't want to go over every single Arkh, otherwise I'll be here all day, and we've already been here for an hour. But, you know, the Susanoo Arkh is the best one available, and apart from that, it really depends on what you're looking for. So, I would recommend to just kind of give a list of what you don't have, and ask people or something in the official Last Cloudia Discord. It's probably the best thing to do, because I can't just be answering everyone's questions of, if I've got this select Arkhs, which one do I pick? You know, it's difficult to answer those questions, but I can at least tell you which ones are noteworthy. This one's very strong for PvP, especially if you have Shiftlog Zeus. If you have Shiftlog Zeus, this one's amazing. It's really good if you have Shiftlog Zeus. So that is an option too. The Shuratron's pretty good. There's a lot of good options. The unit trade ticket isn't available until May, 7th of May, I think, next month. So you've got to wait a little while before you can get it. Also, I'm personally going to be getting this one because this Arkh's pretty strong. Transfer skill attacks deal actual powerful thunder attacks, extra attacks, and extra attacks are always very strong in this game. This is only a single wield effect though, only for single wield units. More strength, and piercing is a very strong trait for PvE content. This one's pretty good. I'm probably going to select this one. Silver Lining is a very good skill. Night View High Drive, it's got some good stuff here. The Arc skill for breaker type units, and one of the best cloths in the game. Very strong clothes, honestly. So I'm going to be using my ticket on this one for sure, because this one is a very good one. Yeah, Shift Logzayas Paids are not in the shop because his banner came out just after Lilibet's banner, and Lilibet's banner was the first unit in the 6.5 anniversary. So Logzayas being the second unit unfortunately doesn't count to be included, right? That's just how it works in this game. But anyways, that's everything I wanted to talk about for that. Now let's actually start looking at the units, because we've been here for an hour already and haven't even talked about the units yet. So what I'm going to be doing is going over Shift Ark. I'm going to go over the Shark Man first. Baby Shark. I'm going to go over him first, and then I'll go over the Arkh, and then Lonardo last. That's probably what I'm going to do. That's amazing that you managed to get Arkh from that ticket. So let's have a look at Arkh first of all. Honestly, this unit is the unit I'm most excited about. Even though I did mention before that I'm not a big fan of Arkh. Well, his kit actually looks quite good, and his damage caps and everything, he looks like quite a strong and interesting unit for PvE content. So I feel like his potential could be pretty high. I'm looking forward to trying him out as well. Yeah, so in 7.5 anniversary, these units should be available. So here's a dragon type unit. He looks pretty cool now in this shift form. He's now got wings, and as you know, I love wings. Wings, I don't know why I like wings so much, but they just make the units look very cool. And I'm always a fan of dragons. So this form of Arkh does look a lot better than his base form. I am a fan of this. It does look a lot cooler than his base form did. So strength is looking pretty nice. He's going to be a fire damage dealer. Attribute resistance is okay. He's mostly going to be a PvE unit. I don't think he's going to work at all in arena or guild battles because he's mainly focused on PvE content, but you never know. We'll have a look at his kit first though. Nil to stun, resistance to illness, doesn't have any curse resistance though. So let's have a look at his skills. These skills look okay. They could have been a bit better, but I think they're still going to be pretty good considering his damage caps and everything. Yeah, they're not the fastest. We've seen better skills than this. So they could have been a bit better, and I'm hoping that they're fast enough to make his DPS good enough to be considered, you know, like meta tier. Because if his skills end up being too slow to being one of the best damage dealers in the game, I'm going to be kind of disappointed, because he has a lot of potential, and if he doesn't have fast enough skills to be considered a meta DPS unit comparable to like Christmas Rem or anything, it's going to be kind of disappointing, but we'll see. Head Bash, I don't think so. I mean, it's going to work, but he's not a feint unit, so not really. So skill 1 is a frontal charge attack. Deals a medium area fire combo attack. This one is 8 hits. Should be best DPS in the game. I hope so. I would expect that to be the case. This one's 8 hits on his skill 1, and you have a choice of being single wield or dual wield. But 12 mil is amazing. That's insane. Oh god. Yeah, I definitely want this unit. 12 mil. The problem is his buffs and everything, right? That's the problem, but we'll see. So skill 1 looks decent, but I think his best skill is going to be skill 3, maybe skill 2 could be good, but skill 1's nothing crazy, I think, but it looks decent. Skill 2 is a medium area fire combo attack. Doesn't really say much. This one's 14 hits. Looks alright. Not really much to say about it, really. These skills could be a bit faster, but yeah, his conditionals... I think his conditions are pretty good. They're not super conditional, right? And that's the good thing about the unit, is they're a lot easier to activate than like a crappy Valence, and it probably doesn't rely on them too much. I don't know, but yeah. Skill 3, instantly close the gap, wide area, fire combo attack. You're probably going to be using this the most. It reminds me of like one of Ray's skill 3s. He goes in the air and shoots like a beam. This one's 21 hits. This one is definitely going to be his highest break skill. This one's going to be... Yeah, I know, but I'm just want to mention it. Skill 3 is going to be quite good for breaking. I am hoping, I'm crossing my fingers that his break values are good. Because if he can have high break values, I think he's going to be a very good unit. Because if he doesn't require a second break unit in the team and he can just break by himself, then I think that's going to be amazing. I also am curious to know if his break is similar to his base form or better, or how it compares to it anyways, because that'll give me a good idea of how good it is. And I'm going to assume that his break is going to be better single wielding, because when you have the buff to double the hits, then you can have the single wield boosts. So that's something I was thinking about before he released, is single wield's break boosts, but you double his hit counts with his buffs. You know, there's some potential there. Could be quite good. That's just something I've been thinking about. Dual wield, they can both work, honestly, but I think it could be interesting. And then his special is a powerful fire combo attack to one enemy. I wish it hit all enemies, but oh well. Yeah, probably going to be spamming a skill 3, but it's fine. This one is 53 hits, and he does have true dual wield, by the way, so that'll be increasing it to 106 hits, which is pretty good for a special, but it's only a single target special. I don't think it's going to do too much, but maybe with all of his buffs and stuff it could be decent. I think the break axe is going to be good, and it's recommended because I think those axe boost skills give break, don't they? So it's probably recommended to give him an axe as his second weapon if you're dual wielding. If you're single wielding, I would need to check first for the rest of his kit before deciding on that one. But yeah, those are his skills. I think they look okay, but they do become a lot better when you see the rest of his kit. So there's not much noteworthy here. Axe is going to be quite important for breaking for sure, and it's going to be quite nice. His break weapon is... his paid weapon is going to be quite good. It's got break on it, but I'll cover those soon. So now let's have a look at his traits. Now, here's something that's quite funny. This trait is one of the longest traits I've ever seen in my life. So much scrolling. It's just one of the longest traits ever. That's because it's got 2 unique buffs. Yeah. Well, I'll try them out properly later on. I haven't had a good, proper test with him yet. I'm just going based on what I've seen so far. But yeah, let's have a look at his traits. His trait 1, fire damage 8%, damage cap 80,000. So I love seeing these effects because this will apply to all fire damage. So skills and special, any fire damage. It's going to be very nice. At start the boss waves, or when you activate your special, or when a unit puts enemy into break, you get one of these buffs depending on if you have 1 or 2 weapons equipped. And you can only get the buff once when you activate your special, so the first time you activate your special, you'll get the buff, but the second time you activate your special, you won't get the buff anymore. So that's something to keep in mind. So when 2 weapons are equipped, you get the Red Dragon King buff. And what this buff does is you won't flinch from physical or magic attacks, and you increase skill damage by 50% and damage cap by 50%. And that is the most important part about this, is damage cap plus 50%. So 50% damage cap, that's quite insane, right? The last time that I remember that we got a percentage damage cap increase was Lollyha, and she was okay, but fell off really quickly and wasn't that amazing, honestly. But getting a percentage damage cap boost is going to be quite nuts, because that means the more damage cap you give him, the more damage cap he's going to get because of 50% damage cap bonus. So it's going to be amazing. And it's dual wield as well, so double hits plus 50% damage cap. It's going to be insane, and it lasts 20 seconds, so very strong. Yeah, it's going to be very good. Yeah, I don't know if he has to have a sword yet, because I still need to check the rest of his kit first. But a sword is probably recommended, but I'm going to check that once we get to it. 120k from Susanoo, yeah. That's quite nuts, honestly. And that Arkh is going to be probably one of his best options, unless you want to give him a break Arkh. But yeah, any type of damage cap boost is going to be insane on him, because 50% more damage cap is nuts. And if you have one weapon equipped, you get this buff instead, which is the Blue Dragon King buff. This only lasts 15 seconds, so the difference here being this one lasts 5 seconds more than this one. But guess what this does? Won't flinch from physical and magic attacks again, so the same effect, but double skill hit counts, and you take 50% less damage. The most important one here being double your skill hit counts, and we've seen this on Cloudia, who was the best damage unit in the game when she came out. So when you have a unit like this that has two insane boosts, you could either have 50% damage cap boost or double your skill hit counts. What would you rather have? It's kind of a tough decision, honestly. It really is. But I think for most players, dual wield is going to be the better option, because it lasts longer, and dual wield is a lot easier to build, right? So dual wield is probably going to be the easiest option, but I think single wield does have some potential to be pretty good as well. I don't really know exactly which one's going to be the best option overall, because I haven't seen any numbers or anything. I probably should read up on that, but you know what, I actually can check. Let me have a look. Single wield numbers. Yeah, dual wield is going to be better. Actually, they're kind of similar, honestly. Technically, single wield can be slightly better, but the hassle of being single wield and the fact that his base DPS are going to be lower, I don't know, they're both really strong, honestly. Yes, that axe is a very good axe to put on him. Yeah, honestly, they both look very solid. The DPS numbers are kind of insane, what I'm seeing. Single wield has slightly more potential, but here's the thing, right? This is only his base kit, so when you start adding in other boosts and arcs and stuff like that, it might be better dual wields. I'm just guessing. Kind of hard to tell, but if he can single wield with an axe, then single wield is going to be better break potential, because then you can have double hits with that buff active and have the single wield break boost, which are a huge difference, by the way. Huge difference. So yeah, it needs to be a fire weapon, which kind of sucks, but still it could be pretty good. Yeah, because that axe isn't fire, so you would probably need to dual wield with that. But anyways, that is his entire trait 1. It isn't that complicated. Basically it's just talking about two different buffs, which either single wield or dual wield, basically. That's all it's talking about. And you get the buff at the start of a boss wave when you activate your special for the first time, or when a unit puts enemy into break. So every time you break the boss, he'll get this buff, which is quite nice. So you can continuously get this buff active as long as you keep breaking the boss, which is going to be quite nice. So I think that's great. There's good uptime on this, honestly. And let's have a look at its trait 2 next. Give it physical attacks and special and anti-boss type effect. Oh, okay, sure, why not? We're doing that, are we? Okay, well, it's been a while since I've seen an anti-boss type effect. Last unit I remember was Callan, and she was the best damage dealer in the game when she came out. And now we've got another unit that has anti-boss type effects. You got Slayer against every single boss, so you don't even need to worry about Slayers unless you're fighting waves. But he isn't really meant for that, he's meant for bosses. So you can already tell that he's made for destroying bosses. He's got anti-boss Slayer, so you don't even need to worry about any Slayer ever, which is a good quality of life thing to have. Save a bunch of SC with that too, so I love that. Amazing stuff right there. And then... why did that disappear? Alright, here we go. So, when equipped with only one weapon, increase damage, physical damage cap and special damage cap by 100,000. 71 plus mil, that's quite insane. I feel like he's going to be better than I expect, honestly. He's going to be so good. So, you get more damage cap when you're single wielding. And critical attack break plus 150%. That's interesting. So technically, more crit rate equals more break with this, which is interesting. So you're probably going to want to give him as much crit rate as you can to help his break. Right? That's going to be nice. At the start of the battle, gradually boost skill damage cap over time, maximum of 100,000, which is a lot. So at 60 seconds is 100,000. You get 20,000 at 20 seconds, 50,000 at 40 seconds, 100,000 at 60 seconds. It's quite strong of an effect, and it's going to be very good in longer battles. So guess what I'm thinking of right now? Battlegraph Simulator. Hooray! Battlegraph Simulator is going to be his best friend, but in time trials and stuff, not so much. But in Battlegraph Simulators, they last 3 minutes, so it's going to be perfect for him right there. Going to be amazing. But yeah, these traits, very strong traits, honestly, and heavily PvE focused. He's not really going to work in PvP at all, because he's not going to have his buff active in PvP, ever. Right? Unless you use a special, which not going to happen, ever. So, yeah. Yeah. I mean, technically you give him, like, Icy Guardian and stuff like that, too. And Take Mikazushi or whatever. There'll be good options. There's a lot of good options with him. I really want this unit. I honestly really want this unit. He's got a lot of potential. I think he's going to be great. Going to be really good. So yeah, that's his traits. Now let's have a look at his passive skills next. So, he has a charisma and a magic spell. This magic spell, by the way, quite nice. Don't sleep on it, it's very good. It's charisma, all ally skill and special damage cap plus 15,000. This is quite insane. When equipped with only one weapon, plus 30,000 instead. You know, this means you could have him plus another damage dealer. Technically, you could have him plus Christmas Rem in the same team. Technically, if you want. Or any unit, because charisma. Very good charisma, very strong charisma. I love this one. Yeah, it definitely makes it easier to go through bosses for sure, because the boss slayer, he should be able to hit damage caps no problem, should be hitting quite hard, quite easily. And Draconic Burst, this skill right here, this one's quite a nice one. Kind of like a Honey Elixir skill, but only use it once. So, fully restore SET for this unit's skills, so all of his skills. And when you have 2 weapons equipped, give that buff. 1 weapon equipped, give that buff. So, it gives him the unique buff, and it restores SET. And you can do this once per quest as well. So the insane thing about it is it's another way to give him the buff. So you have multiple different ways to get that buff. Start the boss wave, you get it. When you use a special for the first time, you also get it. And then whenever you break the boss, and then whenever you cast this for the first time, because you can only use it once per quest, that's 4 different ways you can get this buff, which is quite good. Even though it's only once, it's still pretty good. I do like it. And yeah, in time trials, if he can break, he could still be pretty good in time trials if he breaks. And you can put him with, like, Arch being Magius. Could be nice. But yeah, just thinking about it. So, now, all the passive skills down here: attack up max, fighting spirit 4, heroism up max, critical up 3, proud force. So that is a nice critical rate there. Anti-type boost because of the boss slayer. Auto critical is very nice. Auto grand haste, it's going to be awesome. Some more SCT, regen. Pride 2 is very nice. Fire Giga Drive. And guess what? Classic Adis releasing another drive skill above Giga Drive. Guess what we have now? We got Drive, High Drive, Mega Drive, Giga Drive, and now Terra Drive. It's a bit weird. What's going to go next? Any guesses of what's going to be next after Terra Drive? No clue. I got no clue. Ultimate Mega Stupid whatever Drive. I don't know what's going to be. But the fact that Terra Drive is now a thing is just weird to think about. It's just the same as Giga Drive, but more damage cap. That's all it is just more damage cap. It's fine. It's still a good one. But yeah. God Drive. I mean... yeah, it could be anything, honestly. But yeah. If we get, like... Terra Drives and Arcs and stuff... Peta Drive, yeah. They're gonna keep going with this, like, continuously until we have, like, 1,000,000 different drive skills and you just have one unit with, like, 100, drive skills, and that's it. Will be funny. Yeah, Fire Drive Breakthrough, more damage cap. Very nice. Attack raise 1 and 5. Yeah, I know. A Fire Attack Soul. This one's new, I think. I haven't heard this before. More fire damage and damage cap. When you're hitting a weakness, increase damage cap further. Pretty nice. And fire enhance, of course. Fire damage and special damage. Fire critical raise, more crit rate as well. Very nice. Got some nice damage here so far. Blessed speed, favored sword. They should have had a better favored sword, but it's fine. They've got true dual wield. You know what that means? Double hits on your special. Everything else is the same as normal dual wields, but it's nice to see it because we don't get it that often, but it's good. And then some break skills right here. Break boost 5. More damage and damage cap to enemies in break. More break, and damage cap when you break an enemy. Giant killing 5. Brave Soul is a very good skill. I know it's a learnable skill, but it's only on a paid arc if I remember, so more damage to bosses, take less damage from bosses, very strong. Yeah, I was thinking about his strength, and he's kind of lacking a little bit, but I haven't looked at his actual stats in battle yet, so I'll have to see in the unit test play quest later on. I think these are new. These ones are new, I think. Maybe this one isn't, I don't remember. Attack evasion effects won't activate, but when physically attacking, enemy defense minus 20% and deal damage, chance to break guard. This one's great because it's guaranteed piercing. So, minus 20% defense all the time. Very good piercing. That's going to help against bosses for sure. Everyone keeps getting some of the new units from tickets. It's crazy to me. I really hope that means I'm going to get one too, because that'd be great. It's probably not going to happen, but if you get base Ark from ticket, that'll be the ultimate troll, and I feel bad for you, I do, but, you know, it happens sometimes. So, dragon type only, strength, intelligence 30%, damage to God Spirit undead types 50%, damage taken from those types minus 30%. Pretty nice. Nothing crazy really. Devastator is more break. Base Lonardo, that's, I mean, he's still useful. So this is even more break, which is great. That's crazy. When a unit puts enemy into break, special gauge 100%. This is, look, hang on, stop for a while, like 1 second. The fact that you get your special every single time, the fact that you get your special every time you break the boss is quite insane to me, honestly. Because if you can break them pretty quickly, you just continuously keep breaking and using your special, it's going to be quite insane. I feel like this is going to be quite good. Because usually, the only ways to like restore your special are like arcs and some skills, mostly, but it's quite crazy. Yeah, if you're a newer player, there's always ways to catch up, so there's no problem there. Right now is a good time because of the anniversary, giving a bunch of tickets and stuff. You should re-roll and look at all those stuff. But yeah, this is quite an insane skill, honestly. Yeah, Arkh is pretty damn good so far. On close to death, very great restore HP, 3 times per wave, nullify debuffs from active skills, take less damage, more HP. You know what? Because he has some damage mitigation, he might be decent at like Histomia or something, breaking those bosses. I wonder if that would be possible. Break Histomia and kill those quite easily. I'm just thinking about it, potentially, because he has like some damage mitigation, and the only annoying thing is using special, but still. That's all of his unique skills apart from this one. This one gives continuous EX Brave and EX Fort effects. Battle start, restore 1 SET stock for 1 skill, and the start of the boss wave, fully restore SET for all of your skills. That's quite insane. So, at the start of the boss wave, you get all of your SET. Purple Orb's going to be real nice for this. Yeah. This, so far, this seems like a very strong anniversary unit, honestly. It seems like it's very good. He's worth getting, but it depends on what you have, and if you're just starting, yes, highly recommend to get him. I think he's going to be better than Lonardo, but I haven't looked at him yet, so I can't really be sure on that. But this Shift Ark, this Shark man is heavily PvE focused. That is going to be meta based on what we've seen, and he's got a lot of very strong effects. Sick enhanced skills, take less damage, more critical rates. When you have a fire weapon equipped, increase damage and damage cap. More break, more damage cap to enemies in break, and restore SET when you put enemies in break, and more break time for enemies put into break. 5 mil, kind of mid-average DPS. Lonardo is mostly PvP units, in my opinion. To me, that's what I think so far. Yes, he's got freeze, and I'm not gonna go over it yet until we actually go over his kit, but I think he still could be good. I don't think he's bad. I think Arkh's kit is a lot more interesting to me. That's all I'm trying to say. So, Shift Ark, honestly, this kit looks amazing. It really does look very strong. He's got a lot of insanely powerful effects, like 50% damage caps, double hit counts, not flinching, anti-boss slayers, you know, some break skills, very strong charisma, even can restore his own SET, and give him his own buff, restores SET when he, on a boss wave, and gets 100% special gauge when you break a boss as well. He's got a lot of very strong effects that I feel like is going to be quite good, and he's going to be a very good unit for Battleground Simulator, I believe. And is he going to be able to compete with Christmas Rem, is what a lot of people are going to be asking and wondering. Well, I would say yes. Based on the number I've seen so far, I would say yes, he can compete with Christmas Rem and be better in some situations. And that really tells you something. That is quite impressive. So I think he's going to be very strong. And I'm looking forward to trying him out later on because he's going to be quite a good unit. He's going to be very good. And he also can do good special damage and break. So in my mind, what I'm thinking right now is Battleground Simulator, continuously spamming skill 3, keep breaking the boss, and he'll keep getting this buff active, right? And then every time you break the boss, you use his special, and that time stop special is gonna help. If you continuously keep breaking the boss often, then that time stop special is gonna add in more and more damage, and he's gonna be very good. So I think in practice he's gonna be amazing, and I really want this unit. Honestly, I think he's gonna be very strong, and I would like to try him out and use him in Battleground Simulator. I really like this unit, and everyone is going to have, you know, be able to take advantage of this unit in some way. If you're a newer player, he's going to be great. If you're a veteran player like myself, he's still going to be a great unit. He's amazing for everyone, so can't go wrong with this unit. He's going to be a great pull for any account in the game, no matter where you are in the game. He's going to be very good. So yeah. Yeah, Brave Frontier is in like 2 months, so got to wait on that one. These are shift forms of story units. But yeah, so far SArkh looks very good, and can't wait to use him. He's gonna be so good. Yeah, if you have him plus like another break unit like Riser or someone like that, it could be very good. Yeah, it seems great to me. Now, let's have a look at the Arkh next, and then I want to have a look at his paid equipments, and then we'll look at the next units. So, Dragon Soul, you can see clearly that this was probably mostly made for Arkh, because it's got him right here. But let's have a look at the trait first of all. So, Fire and Ice skill and special damage, 40% damage cap, 5,000, so that can be used on both of the units, honestly. At the start of the boss wave, give the boss an Elemental Circle debuff. This one's quite nice. Elemental Circle is very rare. We don't have it learnable, and it's only on like 2 or so units, right? It's on the base Swarm of Telestio and probably someone else. It's not on many units, honestly. But it is a very strong effect because it stacks with the other circle debuffs too, that's why it's so good. I would assume it's not continuous and it's just for 40 seconds, but still very strong. Dragon type only, increased strength by 20%, anti-type damage cap, plus 10,000. Honestly, pretty good. If you look at what you're getting from this, 40% damage for skills and special, 5,000 damage cap, 20% strength, 10,000 anti-type damage cap, and elemental circle effect on the boss. Quite strong, honestly. So that I would consider that to be quite a decent trait, but it's nothing crazy, right? I don't think it's anything game-changing, but it is quite a strong trait, honestly. You could technically even use it in PvP, because if you were using a dragon unit, they would get 40% damage and 20% strength. It's nothing crazy, but it's usable at least. And then let's have a look at the Arkh skill next while we're here. Powerful fire attack. So it does a powerful fire attack, has that much damage cap, and a break taken plus 20% debuff to one enemy. And give all allies a fire damage plus 50% and damage cap plus 40,000 buff. Good. Yeah, you know, this Arkh skill is specifically for SArkh. It's specifically for Shift Arkh. because it's fire and it's break. It's going to be great for him in particular. So yeah, this is going to be a great Ark skill for him. 20% break debuff taken is going to be quite significant. Fire damage cap buff, which will stack with like Susanoo and stuff, so it's going to be very good. Yeah. Getting the new Ark and this Ark, trying to say the difference between Ark and Ark is just too difficult. How am I going to say Ark and an Ark, because it's Ark, but I don't know. I just call him Shark now. So it's quite a good Ark skill, but it's only specifically for the new Shark unit. So yeah, it might be useful for other units in the future or any other fire damage dealers, but it's mostly for the new unit. Learnable skills on this one: Fighting Spirit 4, Strength HP 10% could be okay. More stackable Strength could sometimes be good, but it's kind of expensive for that, but it's not bad. Fire Weak Point Breakthrough 3 could be okay. This one's new, get a Dragon type, but on boss waves you get 20% Strength. Guess what? This is another skill, another stackable skill that gives Strength. So you can stack this with other previous like collab skills and stuff that also give Strength and have even more Strength. So this is very good. I do like this one. 20% Strength for 7SC is not bad, honestly. Pretty decent. I've already got 2 skills that do the same thing as this, or very similar, that give Strength, so I probably don't need it, but it doesn't hurt having another one, I suppose. Getting it on the first pull is insane. That's crazy. Sword Giga Boost. Really? As you know, this is Sword Cloudia. We have most units use a sword. So yes, this will be quite strong, but 15 SC for this, I mean, it's okay. It's going to be quite a nice skill. 15 SC, I don't know. Maybe. I think it's still going to be decent. Battle start when unit has a dragon type. Special critical damage cap plus 100,000. That's interesting, but dragon type only, chance of special deal critical damage. 20 SC. Yeah, here's the thing about this, right? You're never going to use this in your entire life unless you have a plus 30 unit. That's the only time you're going to be using it. But even then, it's, you know, yeah, it's okay, but I wouldn't use it personally. I wouldn't use this one personally. If I had a plus 30 shark, then probably would, just to put it on that 20 SE's 3 slot skill. Maybe it'll be good on his special, but because he does have some crit rate. But apart from that, probably won't be using it too much. But yeah, learnable skills are okay. I mean, there's some decent ones here. Sword Giga Boost, Dragon Awakening, Fire Weak Point Breakthrough. These are all useful skills, I have to say. And then the Arkh reward is a Fire Sword, so it could be good on Arkh. When equipped with only one weapon, fire physical damage, 20% damage cap 3000. When you have a dragon type, increase break by 50%. This is basically just a budget version of Arkh's paid weapon, pretty much. And you can only single wield with this, which is the problem. But it's okay. I just don't think it's that crazy, right? It's not the best, honestly, because it's kind of niche and only specific units can really take advantage of this one, mostly the new Arkh. So yeah, not that amazing, honestly. I think the best things about this Arkh, definitely learnable skills, Arkh trait, solid, and the Arkh skill could be good for if you have the new Shark. So this Arkh is mostly made for the new Shift Arkh unit. If you don't have him though, it can still be useful for these learnable skills, but the Arkh skill and Arkh rewards they're more aimed towards SArkh, so yeah, they're mostly aimed towards him, honestly. Technically, some of these skills could be used on Lonardo as well, but it's more for Arkh, I think. It seems like Arkh is the main focus, more than Lonardo. Now let's have a look at his paid equipments first, next. And then we'll have a look at Lonardo afterwards. Thankfully, they have 25 credential paid equipments and not 50 credential page this time. Which is very good. Does it compare to Logzaeus? Well, they're completely different. And Logzaeus is more of a support sub-DPS unit. And a Shift Ark is a main DPS, so they can technically work on the same team if you want. And Shift Logzaeus is mostly PvP as well. Let's have a look at his weapon first of all. So, Ark's paid weapon, Fire Sword, HP and Strength, Fire Skill and Special Damage plus 40%. Very nice. 40% pretty nice. Fire Skill and Special Damage cap 2 bosses plus 7,000. And Fire Skill Break plus 100%. That's probably the most important part about this, is the 100% break. This is a very strong weapon, I have to say. And honestly, I think this is probably the one I would get if I were to pick one of them, even without looking at the other one, because this one giving 40% skill and special damage and a 7,000 damage cap and 100% break is quite strong. So it's a very strong weapon, honestly. If you're thinking of getting 25 credentials, I think it costs like 4,900 paid crystals to get one of these weapons, or paid equipments. I think that's how much it is. That's the cheapest you can get one. And then the accessory. This accessory, HP strength, defense, fire critical rate 5%, damage cap plus 5,000, fire damage cap plus 15,000 to enemies in break. Also gives 10 ice and thunder resistance and some poison resistance. Yes, it's pretty good, because it gives some critical rates and damage cap and more damage capped enemies in break. But here's the thing, right? This is mostly for damage cap and gives crit rate. I prefer the sword over it because the sword gives you break, and there aren't that many swords that give break. I suppose if you have the Ark, you could use that one instead, and that'll be fine, but that only works when you're single wielding. So if you want to dual wield, it doesn't really give you much bonus, or any bonus when you're dual wielding. That's the problem with it. But with this one, you can dual wield with this one. I consider this one to be better. I would honestly get this one first if it were me, and if I get the unit, I definitely want to get this one. I'm probably not going to get both because it ends up being kind of expensive, and I know both of these are pretty strong. This one gives quite a lot of damage cap, and it does actually give more damage cap. But if you want to break more often, then this one's going to be better for more break, which is quite important with this unit, because break is quite a, an important thing about this unit is break. So that's why I consider this to be a little bit better. But up to you, I guess. I would personally pick the sword, but if you already have a very strong sword, maybe accessory, but they're both pretty good, honestly. But I think I'm going to get the sword, and you could wait, because these paid equipments are going to be available in 6 months from now, I think, in the Crimson Ore training space. So if you're willing to wait like 6 months, then you could get them there, I think. Yeah, you should be able to get them there in the 7.5 anniversary. But by that point, is he still going to be meta? Who knows? I would assume probably should be, but there's probably going to be other competition at that point as well. But yeah, very good equipments. I like the sword the most for the extra break. Then you can have this sword plus an axe for even the maximum break when dual wielding. That would be pretty nice, honestly. So that's everything with the first banner. Now let's have a look at Emperor Lonardo next. We'll start having a look at this unit and then his paid equipment, and then after that we'll start going over the, probably get some things from the shop and do some summers and stuff after that, I think. So, Emperor Lonardo, let me get up the hit counts and stuff from that. There we go. So, haven't done any pulls yet, but we'll see how that goes soon. So, Emperor Lonardo, I do like Lonardo. His base form is a very cool unit. I have been using him for a long time, since he came out. Because of his SAT regen, he has some debuffs, and he's always been quite a useful unit, honestly. So, let's see what his shift form provides. Yeah, even if a unit isn't meta, they can still be useful. He's a soldier type unit, strength, defense. He's probably more of a bruiser type unit, not like a main damage dealer like SArkh is. He's more of a bruiser type unit that can tank a little bit and do damage at the same time. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Kind of like a knight type unit, you know, like a Roland or something. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. So, actual resistance looks okay. Minus 22 Thunder shouldn't be that much of an issue, honestly, because I'm mostly thinking about PvP for this guy. Ailment resistance, resistance to stun, nil to curse is very good. Doesn't have any illness resistance though, but doesn't look too bad. And his abilities. So abilities, skill 1 is a frontal long range ice combo attack. This one is very similar to his base form, and honestly his skills and his kit seems quite similar to his base form. So he's kind of like an improved version of his base form, I think. Yeah, more of a bruiser type unit. I'm hoping he can hit hard enough. He should be able to, for like PvP. He kind of reminds me of like, yeah, he's a bruiser type unit, kind of like Benimaru, because he's also a bruiser type unit that can tank and do damage at the same time. Those types of units can fit into the meta a lot easier, because being able to survive is quite important. So, skill 1 is a long-range ice combo attack. This one's 8 hits. Looks pretty nice, honestly. Pretty decent skill. Skill 2, medium area ice combo attack. This one's 14 hits. Looks okay. All of these skills look decent, but nothing crazy, honestly. And he is going to be a single wood damage dealer. Yeah, it seems like an ice Benimaru that has faster skills, kinda. I wouldn't say that he's better than Benimaru. I would say he's better in PvE content for sure, but in PvP I have no idea. I can't say on that yet until people test him out there, but Benimaru is quite strong in PvP, so... And this Lonardo is ice, so he does have an advantage there. And his freeze could be interesting, but we'll go over that soon. So, skill 3 next. This one seems pretty nice. It's a frontal long-range ice combo attack, followed by a instantly closing the gap for a wide area ice combo attack above the enemy. This one is 25 hits. Honestly, good hit counts. 25 is pretty nice for a skill 3. It's not the fastest, but it's good enough, I think. The DPS numbers aren't going to be anything crazy, but it's solid enough to be usable, right? It's not bad, but it's not going to be on the meta scale of DPS units, right? For PvE content. And then his special is ice combo attack to one enemy followed by attack to all enemies. So 53 hits in total. It does 25 hits single wield and then 28 hits to all enemies. Kind of a weird special, but could be okay. I don't think it's going to do too much because only 53 hits. And the difference being SArkh can dual wield and double the hits of a special, but Emperor Lonardo can't do that because he's only single wield, so 53 hits isn't going to be doing too much. True. Well, that's all of his skills. I don't think they're anything crazy, honestly. They look decent, but his DPS numbers and his damage caps aren't going to be as good as Arkh's damage caps, because Arkh's definitely a lot better for PvE content. Let's have a look at his traits next. Not as long as Arkh's traits, which is funny, but yeah, a lot simpler of a unit, I think. So, trait 1, when equipped with only one weapon, ice damage, 50%, damage cap plus 80,000. When only weapon equipped is one ice sword, which is incredibly specific, by the way. Here's the thing, is you have to have one ice sword. That's the biggest problem, and if you're just starting today, and you get this unit and you don't have an ice sword, then you're missing this part of the trait right here, which is going to kind of suck. So when you have an ice sword, and you're skill attacking, there's a chance to give freeze, and it boosts the chance when hitting weakness with ice. So if you remember the base form of Lonardo, it wasn't tied to single wield, so he could technically dual wield and freeze, and he could only freeze to enemies that had minus 30 ice resistance at least, and if they had more than minus 30, then he can't freeze. But here's the interesting thing about this Lonardo, right, is he can freeze no matter what. So even if they don't have a weakness, he has a chance to give freeze, which could be quite insane. And here's what I'm picturing right now, is he could technically freeze tanks like Melzer and stuff like that in PvP. So I think that could potentially be an issue if they're not using Blaze Guarding or something. I know some units have some freeze resistance, like Shiftlog Zeus has some freeze resistance +1, but the only ways to increase your freeze resistance would be Blaze Garden, the unit's kit, or the freeze resist skill, which is very expensive that no one ever uses in PvP. So it could be a potential problem. I don't think it's going to be a big problem, but I think it could be something to be aware of. And basic stats elements don't apply to freeze, so anything that is just basic stats elements won't apply to freeze because it's technically a tier 2 status element. So all of your skills that give plus resistance to your basic stats elements, that won't give resistance to freeze. Like Paladin in Arena won't apply to freeze, for instance. Also, increased damage cap by 50,000 to enemies that have freeze as well, which is quite nice. So, focused on freeze and single wielding so far. I think it's going to be nice in PvP. If you get lucky enough to land a freeze, could be quite annoying. And if he ends up being a tanky unit as well, then he could be quite a strong PvP unit. Having him plus Amelia in the same team in Arena could be quite strong, honestly. And I wonder what the counter to that would be if he can be tanky and freeze and do damage at the same time, and you have Amelia on your team. What is going to be the counter to that? Not entirely sure yet. So, trait 2 next. At the start of the battle, give all allies a damage taken minus 50% buff, which is quite insane, by the way. And this buff is lost if you're hit 15 times. I wonder if it's a different icon to the same damage taken buff effects that we have. I would assume so, and I would hope so, because it says you lose it buff after you get hit 15 times. So maybe, if it's just the same generic damage taken buff, then it's not going to be that crazy, but it's still quite a solid buff that you can give to all of your allies, which is quite nice, even himself. But you will lose it quite quickly, is the problem, if you're up against a Telesteel or something. But here's the good thing. If you're up against an Amelia that kills herself at the start of the battle to activate her trait attack, then this is going to apply to that for all of those hits. So that's quite strong, and should allow him to survive that for sure. When using a skill, can't be interrupted by most attacks. Very nice to see that. Cut damage taken based on the number of living allies. Maximum minus 45% at 3 allies. That's quite strong. A lot of damage mitigation, but you need to have allies that are alive. so you kind of need to have more of a tanky type team. So you could have like him with a tank and Spirit Manacera, stuff like that. Could be pretty nice. Soul Offering Set, which is one of his skills, which we'll have a look at once we go over his passive skills. That's probably towards the bottom, I think. Start the battle. Defense and mine is increased by 30%. Less critical rates, but take 30% less damage. Okay, so his critical rate is going to be lower. So it's probably not going to be good with critical builds. But the damage mitigation and defense and mine stats is going to be quite nice. You can tell so far that he's more aimed towards PvP because he's got damage mitigation. A lot of damage mitigation so far on this trait too. Yeah, honestly, if you look at it, you've got 50% damage mitigation buff, and then maximum of 45% damage mitigation right here, and then another 30% damage mitigation right here, so that's quite a lot, honestly. It's a good amount, now I think about it. Right, so that's all the traits. Now let's have a look at his passive skills next. He does have an anima. Honestly, this anima is super strong. If you haven't seen it yet, it's a very strong anima. One of the best animas that we've got available right now, especially for PvP. It's so good. Don't underestimate this one. It's amazing. So this anima, what it does is all enemies, skill and magic damage taken, plus 40%. Right? All enemies take 40% more skill and magic damage, and it's a debuff. So it's not. I don't think it gives you like plus 40% damage. It probably ends up being more than that because of how modifiers and stuff work, you know. But this is an insane anima, and it's gonna be very good. That damage taken effect, and it's all skill and magic damage as well, so that's going to be quite insane. If you get him to cast this anima at the start of the battle in arena, for instance, and then your Amelia goes off, her trait attack goes off, then that trait attack, her trait attack, is going to get more damage from this anima. So that's quite insane to think about, really, because it does count as magic damage. So that's quite an insane anima, honestly. It's a very strong anima. Yeah, they both have very strong charisma and anima, are both very strong because they're generic and can be used on a lot of units. That's why they're so strong, because being all skill and all magic damage is insane. We're starting to see a bunch of really strong animas now. Well, these two new charisma and anima are very good. They used to be quite simple in the past, like giving you just like 20% damage or some damage cap or something, but now you get effects like this, which are insane, so strong. You can only have one of them, but they're very strong. And now his passive skills down here: HP up 2, magic attack up max. The trait attack for Amelia's trait attack is considered magic damage, but not a castable magic spell. That's the difference, is it does magic damage, ice magic damage, but isn't considered a castable magic spell. So things like magic aura won't count to it, but ice attack ups and magic ups and ice damage and other magic damage will apply to it. Resolve up max. Here is a map for all stat up. It's very nice. You can tell it's going to be a PvP unit when a unit has all stat up. It's quite funny. Brute Buster for whatever reason. Don't know why he has Brute Buster. Would have been better if it was Human Buster, but whatever. It's fine, I suppose. I wasn't expecting this on a PvP unit, honestly. But okay. Auto Haste, Awaken 2, Ice Drive, High Drive. He also has Terror Drive. Attack Raise 5, Ice Attack Soul. Very nice. Ice Weak Point Breakthrough for Physical Weak Point Boost, Bless Speed. Favored Sword Form 2, Mystic Favored Sword. Chance for critical attacks to deal 150% damage is going to be quite nice in PvP. But his crit rate is very low, so isn't the best, because he has minus 5% crit rate there. He doesn't have any extra crit rate so far. Doesn't have any critical up skills, so yeah, it's probably not going to activate that often. Two-handed Zor boost 4, more damage caps, close boost plus, very nice. Magic damage taken minus 10%, armor HP plus 2, skill charge 1, cloak of majesty 2, concentration, reduced faint time. Would have been better if it could nullify faint instead. Solidification, I'm pretty sure we saw that before on the base form of Lonardo or something. Continuous Ice Wall 2 effect to this unit only, and continuous high protection effect is quite strong. And then we got the unique skills on this unit down here. Continuous EX Brave and EX Fort effects. At the start of a battle, restore 1 SCT stock for 1 skill, and the start of a boss wave, fully restore SCT for all of your skills. So very similar, or basically the same thing as what Shift Ark has. Basically is the same skill. Yeah. And Soul Offering, when using attack skill, use 5% of your max HP, but restore medium HP to all other allies. So this is the skill that was talked about in the trait 2. And if you remember what the base form of Lonardo did, is he could reduce the HP of allies but heal himself and give himself SCT as well. But instead, he now does the opposite, and he reduces his own health but restores HP of allies instead. And when this activates, it will give him these effects of more defense mind, less crit rate, take less damage, I believe. So all of these effects he'll get when he has Soul Offering set. So it is recommended to put it on because he will get more damage mitigation from it. Even though it's going to use his own health to do that, it's still worth having it on because it also restores HP of other allies, so it could be nice. It won't count as an active skill, so Spirit Breath shouldn't activate from it at all. It's not going to do anything, but it's still some nice healing, I suppose. I don't know exactly how much it heals, probably not going to be too much, but it's something at least. And the next one, when only one weapon is equipped, is one sword, and you're using a skill. Give this unit a damage taken plus 10% debuff for 3 seconds, but skill and special damage plus 50% damage cap plus 40,000. I think this is mostly going to be useful in PvE content because more damage and damage cap. The damage taken debuff on himself, I don't know if it's worth having this on just for that. If you want him to be tanky, you're probably going to have to remove it, but I think the 50% damage makes up for it, and it's only 3 seconds, but we'll have to see. Ardor's still going to be useful, but yeah, because of that skill that uses his own health, it's not going to be as useful. And he doesn't actually have any pride skills in here either, so anything that gives him a boost at max health, he doesn't have any of that, and it's not really recommended because he's going to use his own health, so yeah, probably not a good idea, because every time he uses a skill, yeah, I think Ardor and stuff won't even be active, because you're going to be spamming skills non-stop, so yeah. And the next one right here, when only weapon equipped, if you're only equipped with one weapon, skill and special damage, 30% damage cap, 30,000, equipped weapons, equipped sword strength plus 200%, so even more strength. When skill attacking an enemy that's weak to ice, chance to deal a powerful extra ice attack, and when hitting weakness, you get piercing, 10% piercing basically, and deal damage. Pretty nice. And then Freeze Frost is the final one here. When equipped with only one weapon, boost eye damage cap based on enemies weak to ice. So based on their weakness, if they have minus 50 ice resistance, increase your damage cap by 50,000. Pretty good damage cap. But decent stuff so far. Let's have a look at the 6th enhanced skills. Special boost 2, special damage, damage cap, take less damage, take even less damage, ice damage. So you need to have an ice weapon on here. More damage, skill damage against non-boss enemies. More damage cap when hitting weakness. And the last one, nullify freeze, increase strength by 30%. This one's the best one. One of the best ones. Well, the best 6th enhanced skill for sure. Start the battle, give all enemies an ice resistance minus 20 debuff. and every 20 seconds it re-gives the debuff, but it uses 50 MP to use it. So base Lonardo had this as well, but only at the start of the battle. This one is at the start of the battle, and it can give it back as well every 40 seconds, but it uses MP, so it's pretty nice. So far, I think his kit looks good, right? But it's heavily PvP focused. You've got more PvP focused skills. He should have some decent stats. He's got some good mitigation, in theory at least. And his damage seems solid. I don't know if he can hit hard enough yet, but with his anima, he should be able to hit hard enough. I'm hoping he hits hard enough to kill Melza and tanks like that, because if he can, and tank at the same time, he's going to be very strong. But I'm not entirely sure if he has enough damage, because he seems to have a bit more mitigation than that, but honestly it might be fine. Actually, yeah, I think his damage should be good, but we'll have to see how it actually works in practice in PvP, but I can't do that. Gonna have to wait for other people to do that, to build him and use him in arena first of all, to see exactly how he plays out. But yeah, basically we have one PvE unit and one PvP unit. That's kind of how it is. Which is fine, because then you have a banner for basically everyone. If you care about PvP, this is the unit for you. If you care about PvE, then the other unit is going to be your preference. So yeah, but I do recommend to wait and see on his performance first before you decide to pull him. I think outside of PvP he's still going to be solid, because he can freeze, and that's his best, the best thing that he has in his kit is the fact that he can freeze without needing any weakness to ice. So even if the enemy has 100 ice resistance, you can still inflict freeze. You still have a chance to inflict freeze. It's probably going to be a very small chance, but there's still a chance, so that could be fun. And in places like arena, he could freeze units in arena, and that could be a problem. That could be annoying to deal with, but we have to see on that. So yeah, he's more of a wait and see PvP unit, and that rhymes and wasn't on purpose, that just happened. But yeah, he's more of a PvP unit. Wait and see what the performance is on him first before you decide to pull in this banner. But even if you don't care about PvP, I think he's still going to be useful because he can freeze. So in Battleground Simulator against the Reaper, he's going to be good against that boss, I think, because you can freeze that boss. Yeah, I think a lot of players are going to be saving for the Brave Frontier collab right now, but SArkh is the best unit from out of these two so far, for PvE content at least. I feel like he's going to have more value over Lonardo, but we'll see. I think Lonardo's good. They're both good units. I just have to say wait and see on his PvP performance before I come to a conclusion on that, really. Because his PvE potential isn't going to be that high, I think. Probably going to be slightly better than the base form of Lonardo. But he does have less SCT regen as the base form though, which is funny. But yeah, solid unit. Now let's have a look at his pet equipment next. Yeah, I do really like Lonardo as well. I am a fan of Lonardo, but I prefer the kits of SArkh instead of Lonardo this time around. Let's have a look at his pet equipments. So he's got two pet equipments, Ice Sword of course. When equipped with only one weapon, increase Ice skill damage by 40%, damage cap by 7,000. Skill attribute weakness damage cap plus 8,000, and increase strength by 10%. It's pretty good, but it's nothing crazy. Yes, it gives some good damage caps, and 40% damage and 10% strength, but he's more of a PvP unit, and there are alternatives. There is an Ice Sword, which can give 3 seconds of SCT when you kill an enemy, and I would prefer using that one instead of this one, so yeah, it's okay. It's a decent, obviously it's going to be his best sword, but I don't consider it to be necessary. And the paid clothes, good stats, take 25% less damage at the start of the battle, give unit an ice damage plus 35% buff, and strength and defense is increased by 10%. This one's probably better, but is it necessary? I don't think so, because we do have ways to get an ice damage buff already, even though this is 35%, and the ways that we have of giving ice damage buff are only 20%, but it isn't too much of a difference. So it's pretty good. I would say this is the one for PvP. I would say this one is better for PvP than the sword, probably. But there are alternatives to cloves, is the thing. But this one's probably better. There is a lot in the world map, so I can't really say exactly where everything is, but you should be able to check Gold Mine in the quest section and look it up there, I think. That's the best recommendation I have. Also, with these cloves, gives thunder and dark resistance and some illness resistance. Yeah, it's nothing crazy. I'm glad it doesn't nullify Slayers either. So, yeah, I think he'll be good. I'm not 100% sure if he's going to fit into PvP meta. I do feel like Benimaru's kit for PvP is better, but this Shift Lonardo can work in PvE content for his freeze as well, and he does have freeze. So, yeah, Zestina's sword is going to be the best free-to-play weapon option for him that everyone should be using. That's why I don't think it's worth getting his paid weapon, because Zestina's better, or at least it's the best free-to-play option, and it's good enough to not even worth considering to get this. So I'll probably go with Zestina with these clothes if I were to pick one. But these clothes aren't even necessary either. They are pretty good, but obviously you can just use bravery raiments or something instead if you really want to. That would be just fine. So there are alternatives. I personally consider Arkh's paid equipments to be stronger than Lonardo's paid equipments. I think that is the case, and Lonardo's paid equipments aren't really necessary. None of them are necessary, but Ark's paid equipments are the better option if you have both units, that is. So yeah, that is everything about these units for the moment and their paid equipments. And the Arkh, Demon Lord Mem Tolomia is still available, but everyone should skip this banner because she's just not worth pulling on. She's a lot worse than these two units available currently, so there's literally no reason to pull on her banner because she's just a waifu bait banner, okay? And we've got these special banners that I talked about earlier in the news maintenance notice stuff, so I don't really need to cover those again. This is free crystals, by the way. And then I do want to use those tickets in a moment. I've also got one of those tickets that I want to use. Getting Arch being the breath would be my #1 unit. If I were to get a unit, it would be one of these three, because that would be awesome. Yeah, I will leave it there for now. Got her from free Super Descent first ticket. That's insane. How do people keep doing this? I don't know. The luck on some people's accounts are insane today. It really is. I'm gonna go to the shop real quick. Not literally, of course. But I'm gonna go in here real quick and just get a couple of things. So, this, you can actually buy this twice. I didn't know that. But I think I will buy that twice, because that sounds like a good idea. I'm gonna get that twice, because that gives me 3 chances of getting one of the new units from that. I'm gonna do that. I haven't bought any more crystals recently. Yeah, time to do some summons. We'll see how it goes, and then after that we'll do showcase and stuff. That's the plan. I am considering getting this one because it gives a temple, but I'm not going to do that yet, just in case. That's like a cheaper, like half-price temple, technically. Yeah, I like both units. But if there was a unit that I would pick, it would be Arkh because of his PvE potential, and I'm more of a fan of PvE content, so I would have a lot more fun with Arkh. Even though I'm a bigger fan of Lonardo, I like Shift Arkh's kit a lot more personally. But Shift Lonardo does have freeze, but I do have base Lonardo at plus 30, so you know, I still use them sometimes, honestly. Yeah, I think that's everything. There was a yeah, these packs. I'm gonna get this one because God Relic Prism shards. Well, God Relic Prisms, 15 of those, crazy. And then this one, guaranteed to get a unit up to level 120. I'm probably gonna get it. I feel like I don't need to though, because it's just I can do it anyway with the materials I have, so I don't actually need to. But it's very cheap, so I'll leave that there. That's all I'm gonna get for now from the shop, and then we'll start using some tickets and stuff right now. So I have already done the event. Let me check the trading space real quick just to show that and make sure that I haven't missed anything in here. So obviously you've got your Ark trade tickets, which I talked about earlier. If you want to go back to that, you'll have to see that when the stream is over. TL Dara's basically Susanoo is the best Ark, and then other options depends on what your account has really, but you can check that out. Credential equipment trading space. We don't get any of these yet. Go to the event for an extra ticket. I think I've got... Unless there's one I'm missing, is there 20 tickets available right now? Because I don't know where the 20th one was. And then you've got... nothing there. This one, I've already got the tickets from this. And this, you can get the... if I go to the bottom, you can get the Super Descent of Heroes ticket. Make sure to get this right now, because everyone gets one of these for free. Oh, that's cool. That's nice. I should check that now. Celebratory medal is now available, and even though it's just an event equipment, it's very strong because it allows you to survive lethal damage until the attack ends. So things like Amelia and Magic is very strong, so that's great that that's now available. And I've got the tickets in this event trading space, and that's all that. Let me just go in the event then real quick. Yeah, I forgot that there was a quest bar. I didn't look at that because I was too busy just getting to 40,000 points to get the ticket. Okay, great stuff. There's another ticket. Let me check rewards. So in rewards, there are a couple more tickets in here. So there's 3 more there. So you can get 5 more tickets. So 25 tickets in total is what you can get from the event. So it's probably recommended to not summon until you get all of these tickets. But I'm not that patient, and I have to do so much for content. At least a little bit. Pretty good though. Nice stuff. Yeah, the UR Stardust, pretty nice. Let's use these tickets now. I got 20 tickets, and 3 of those Super Descent of Heroes tickets. Probably not going to get anything, but I really want to get Arkh King of Dragons the most, and this UR Arkh, because they would be great together. I just really want this unit the most. Lonardo would be good to have too. They would both be good units to have. I prefer Arkh personally, because I consider his value to be higher than Lonardo, because his DPS and his... I think his fun... Arkh's going to be more fun, honestly. Because breaking and, you know, his DPS numbers and stuff like that, it's going to be great. So, let's use these tickets. We got 2 10-pulls here, and then we got these 3 tickets here. Hopefully we can get something today. Susanoo is the best Ark that everyone should be getting if you don't already have it, so no arguments there. Everyone should get that, no matter what. It's the #1 pick for me. Let's see how this goes. Let's hope we can get some good stuff today. No different background, so it's probably bad, but it's a gold. No gobble or anything. Obviously looking for... Nah, nothing in that one. There could still be a random red, but not very likely. This is a Descent of Heroes banner, should have other Descent of Heroes units in it. I'm not going to get anything from tickets, am I? I think the answer is a no. That's a definite no. I don't think I'm going to get anything from these tickets. No, the answer is no. Sad. There's nothing in here. It's disappointing. Terrible. They're the worst tickets I've seen. At least I've got those 3 other tickets. Okay, fine. If you pick something else, that's your problem, but Susanoo is the best choice. I'm going to use these one at a time because it's more interesting, okay? There's a chance of getting these units. I am missing these 4. I really want Archbing the Breath the most, and Shift Ark. Those 2 units would be great, but obviously, the chances are very, very small, so it's most likely going to be dupe or something stupid. So, we'll use these anyway, see what it's like. I'm expecting just random dupes, but the last time I had one of these tickets, I got the unit, which was the most recent Kyle unit. That was frustrating, because I didn't actually want him. Obviously this is a guaranteed unit. It's more than likely to be a dupe. Oh. Well, that is amazing. That is an amazing ticket right there. I didn't expect that one. It's not the unit I wanted, but I'm not going to complain about it because it's a new unit. And it's literally one that just came out today. So I can't complain about that one. That's a really good ticket. We got 2 more tickets left. Let's use those 2 tickets. Yes, it was a Super Descent of Heroes ticket. Yeah, I don't need to pull in Lonardo's banner at all. Unless I want to try for the Arkh. But yeah. I did want Arkh more than Lonardo. You know what would be hilarious right now is if I get Arkh right here, not the base Arkh. It's gonna be dupes though, see? Yeah, and then we got one more. I really want Arch being the breath and Shift Arkh. I really want those 2 units. Obviously the animations don't really matter here because you know it's going to be one random guaranteed unit. And it's going to be, of course, pretty much what I expected, but I didn't expect to get Lonardo. That was crazy. That was a crazy ticket. That was technically the first ticket I used, so that was technically the free one, and then the 2 that I bought gave me nothing, so that tells you something. Well, okay, great. Well, what I'm going to do now is I'll pull on lap 1 on both of these banners, probably. We'll see. I want Arkh. I really want Arkh the most. Arkh is the one that I wanted. Lonardo is going to be fun, though. I'm definitely going to be using Shift Lonardo. I think it could be quite good in, like, guild battles and stuff. Probably not going to be anything in here. I should probably just skip that one. Yeah. And then step 2, hoping we can get stuff from here. Probably not. So, nah. There is the ticket in the shop, by the way, that can guarantee you one of the new units, but it won't guarantee me Arkh if I get it, because it's a 50-50 chance. So it's not even worth getting it. It guarantees you one of them, you can't select it. That's the stupid thing, is you can't select it. You're still buying to gamble. That's the stupid thing. Come on, beach or something. I haven't seen a beach yet, and Lilibet isn't good luck. Lilibet is bad luck. That's a skip for me. There's no reds in there. It's a terrible one now. Yeah, I got Lonardo. I need Arkh and the Arkh. I need 2 Arks. That's kind of what it is. We don't technically need, but would be nice. Come on, get something from here. Be a beach or something. No, it's not. Nothing. Great. That's the most nothing I've ever nothing to my nothing. It's the most nothing I've ever seen in my life. I'm not even going to watch that. It's a waste of my time. Okay, they're reds. Why are they... It's just dupes. Why? That's a weird pull. Okay, well... Sad, but... Whatever. I think I should do lap 1 of this banner just in case I get the Arkh, but I feel like if I do that, it's probably going to give me a dupe of Lonardo, and I don't want a dupe of Lonardo because I don't need it. But it's a cheap step for a 10 pull and however much, so we'll probably just do it anyways. You never know, maybe it will give the Arkh. I feel like if I was smart, I would not spend any normal crystals because there are still 5 more tickets available. But I do really want to get Arkh. So I'm probably going to do some free crystal pulls on Arkh's banner, honestly. That's interesting. I haven't seen Lilibet do anything. I always assumed she was going to be, like, not lucky at all, but... I mean, it could be a red. Yeah, the only thing it's gonna... Just don't... Whatever you do, do not give me a dupe of Lonardo. That's the only thing I'm gonna be mad about. I'm gonna be super mad if that happens, because that could have been an Arkh instead. Here's a temple. Which could have the Arkh in it, but it's very unlikely. Hey, look. A beach. Don't be a Lonardo. Nah, it's probably just dupes. Animation? No. Just a red. There's one. Okay, just nothing. Okay, whatever. At least I tried. Maybe they thought... I don't know. Maybe thought your beaches had an eye in it somewhere. That's what they thought. Right. Yeah. So, here's the thing right now. I don't... Give us Kyle jumping, killing him. Yeah, that would be funny. You can't get any anniversary tickets from medals, unfortunately, but... Here's the thing right now, is on the ticket banner, because I've already got Lonardo, it's a 0.4% for the units and 0.4% for the Arkh. So 0.8% just to get one of the things I want, because I've already got the other unit, is lower on the ticket banner than it is on this banner. So I think I'm going to do some summons on this banner today. We'll do a few on here, see if I can get Arkh, because I would really like to get him if possible. Maybe the Arkh if possible as well. Yeah, there's a lot of animations that can happen. I'll do a temple and then probably single pulls after that and see how it goes. 0.8% for this unit and a 0.4% for the Ark. I'm hoping we get one of those two. I really want the unit the most. That's the one thing I want the most. Yeah, just... I'm not going to pull super hard on this banner, okay? I do want the unit and the Ark, there's nothing there. It's not worth going all out for, you know. Only reason to do 10 pull is to make it quicker. Keep that in your mind and only do single pulls. Because doing a 10 pull is not smart. Let's hope we can get Arkh and see if he shows up and if Flash when. I mean... I'll do one more 10 pull. Now, you know how it's going to go is I'm going to be super disappointed because we're not going to get anything. That's how it goes. Last 10 pull of the day. No beach. Just a little bit. That's disappointing. And it's just a blue. There's nothing in it. It looks bad. Why do I do temples? Why do I listen? Why do I listen? Why do I listen? Because this is what happens, is I'm disappointed right now. This isn't exciting. This is wasting crystals faster than single pull. Oh, I suppose Lonardo took all my luck, didn't he? Probably did. I think 100 pulls is probably my maximum that I'm willing to do on this banner. For now. Possibly. But we'll see. I'm gonna do single pulls now, try and get the unit. That's the plan. I do kind of want his paid weapon though. Theria's not gonna be good. I've never had Theria be lucky ever since they've changed the animations. Zekka's has been lucky though. Lilibet has not for me. Need like a beach or something interesting happen. So 5 more tickets in the event. I don't know if there's any more tickets elsewhere. Come on, beach or something to at least give a red somewhere. Otherwise I'll be here all day. No. Sad, I haven't got a single red from this banner, have I? Apart from those 3 that randomly showed up in the step banner. I've had have nothing. Yeah, I have no idea on how these animations actually work. 100% really. I just know beach means red, and the purple star country, whatever, place is a guaranteed something on rate up. That's all I know. And then you got certain animations that mean, or certain cutscenes that mean you've got either a unit or an arc, something like that. Come on, game. I need to get something that's not this, because this is boring. Yeah, well... Single pulls are still what I do, because I know people don't want me to, because it's slow as hell, but like, it's the sensible thing to do, and what I recommend everyone doing to do in this game is only do single pulls with crystals, Otherwise, the first orb that appears could be the unit, and you could have just done a single pull and gotten that instead, you know, and then saved 2,700. That's in the perfect scenario. In the perfect world, yes, that could happen, but how likely? Come on, I've got no reds. This is terrible. I just kind of want to speed it up until I get a red or a different background, because this is ridiculous at this point. I'm not seeing anything. Come on, give me some kind of red, because I haven't had one in a long time. This is bad. I mean, it was good earlier. It's not too bad yet, considering I haven't spent too much yet, but I haven't actually gotten anything from this banner. Come on, beach or something. And there is another banner in 2 weeks from now. And a collab in like 2 months or so for Brave Frontier. So there are always things to save up for. This is boring. This is boring. Yeah, perfect number to stop on. Uh-huh. I'm still gonna do some more, because I haven't got a single red that entire time. Cutscene of all the main characters on their adventure, that's something I've never seen. Huh. I'm sure there's a bunch of animations. Like, someone should really make a list of all the animations in the gacha or something, because that would be quite interesting to know exactly what each one means. But it kind of ruins the whole surprise of the summons, you know? Because when you know what the animation means exactly, then you know kind of what it is, but I don't know. Oh, Jesus. This is... Banner's being bad to me now. Just a blue. I still want Arkh. Arkh is the one I wanted. I have had it happen before, a couple of times, where no one has appeared right here, no one's appeared, and then I press skip, and then it's been something new. I've had that happen before. It doesn't happen often, but sometimes it happens. Occasionally. Yeah, fire weak point breakthrough is pretty good for the damage cap, yeah. See, it always happens, is something takes the luck, and then there's nothing left. See? Then there becomes nothing left afterwards. It's like the game only wants to give me PvP stuff, and I don't want... that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the stuff that's not that, you know? I have more fun with Shift Ark than a Shift Lonardo, you know? Solaris cutscene, huh? Interesting. Obviously you would only ever get that on a temple. Hey look, a beach. Please be something new. Gobble. No. I'm gonna bet you it's just a dupe. Probably just a dupe. I'm just happy it's at least a red after all this time. But, Sarah doesn't... Nah, it's a dupe. Yeah. I was hoping Sarah was gonna be better, but... And then there maybe be another animation afterwards, but no. Yeah, Gobble can appear in a normal summon. I've had it happen a couple times. I think so. Unless those times were only 10 pulls, I don't know. Well, that was the one red that we've gotten in the past, however many pulls, like 50 or so pulls. That's the first red that we've gotten. And it was just nothing. Why give me a Sarah animation if you're just going to be a dupe anyways? I don't know. Come on, I want Shift, I want Shark. Shark Man. Because he's cool. I think I've spent like 20,000 crystals so far. That includes the stuff I spent in the shop, actually. No, there's no point buying the tickets in the shop because it would be a lower rate. Similar breath situation, nah, it's not. I'm not gonna be. I don't want to pity, and I'm not gonna pity because. I mean, he is very good. I really want this unit, but I can't say if I'm willing to go to pity just for that. There's a gold. I must watch it anyways, because watching something is more interesting. I haven't actually gone that far yet, okay? You're just trying to persuade me into doing. You're just saying things to make me do temples, is all you're trying to do. I've done temples. I've done single pulls before, and single pulls have worked. I'm gonna try to get another red or two, and then probably call it there. I don't want to go super hard, even though this banner is a pretty good banner, because there are a couple more tickets available, 5 more tickets available at least. They probably won't give anything, but I could also technically do the paid single pull each day, but I'll go a bit. I was gonna say I'll go a bit more. After a total of 100 medals, do a multi. I don't agree with. See, if this were me, I would be thinking this looks promising, okay? Because you got a little bit, you got everyone showing up, you got gold. In the past, this would have been lucky, but in the present, no, no extra animation. Sad. Why? For once, if just like a Lilahar could show up or a different animation, that would be promising. I'm not doing any temples, it makes me waste crystals quicker. I know you get like different animations if you potentially get something, but I'm gonna try and get maybe get one more red or something. I'm not gonna pity because he's gonna be right here. It's gonna be right here. Well, you can still get something new if it's not Lilahar. I've had that happen before. And you're not, they're just dupes. The dupes are what really frustrate me in this game. Because, hey look, I'm exactly 100 right now. The dupes annoy me the most. You got 8% chance of getting something, but only 1.6% is a rate up on a normal banner. But because this is a UR Ark banner, it's even lower. it becomes 1.2%. So, like in 1 in every 8 reds, you should get something. How many reds have I had so far? Because if the next red I get is the 8th red, then technically that would mean it should be new. In theory. In theory. I get one of his prisms at least. I don't know. I still haven't decided exactly what I want to do. I do want to get his pet equipment, but it's not worth getting if I don't get the units, so it's a conundrum of what should I exactly do. I'm not sure. I do want to do the showcase. I do want to do the showcase, and I don't want to be here all day, so I probably shouldn't do too much more, so then I can get the showcase and stuff done. Even though I really want this unit. I said that about Hinata. I said I really wanted Hinata, but I skipped her. I don't regret that decision. I still pulled on her banner and got her Ark. I just didn't get her, which she wasn't a game-changing unit, so it was fine, but still. Come on. No. If it's a Thoria and a blue, there's nothing. What am I saving for? Everything. I like to have a stash of crystals available just because I like seeing them. That's the only reason, really. Huh? I forgot I didn't add that one. That was from, which banner was that from? I forget. Oh yeah, the most recent one. Kinda useless though. It's kinda useless though, honestly. Because I don't think I, can really use this. Pitching a unit, well, yeah. Yeah, from her banner. That was it. Because she just came out, like 2 weeks ago, that was right. I am willing to pity units that are super game changing and might last a long time. So I save for those types of units like collab supports or something. I'm gonna try to get one more red. That's gonna be the last one of today. Period. I'm not putting any more not putting any more crystals in this banner because I've gotten a lot of reds and it's just been dupes and that one new thing that I didn't really care about. So yeah, I try and save for more useful things. And that's kind of what this channel's about, is talking and just making sure people are aware of what they should be getting, you know. I don't think I'll pity Arkh. I mean, is he worth it? I'm not sure. Because I have Christmas Rem at plus 30, so... Yes, Arkh can technically be a bit better in, like, break and stuff, but, Ark's potential is higher. Rem's probably easier to use for endgame stuff. Okay, I am tired of this now. I wanted to get something from this banner, but there's just nothing here. It's sad. You remember that one time that Ray was gold? Remember that one time that this Ray right here was golden? I remember that. That was good times. That was fun. Never happening again though. That was a once only thing that probably not going to happen ever. If I get the UR Ark instead, I'm not going to complain. I'm actually going to be happy with it because I would like both, honestly. But because I want them, the game's not going to give it to me. Of course not. Come on, Beach, or Reader Star County, or whatever it's called, Purple Place. We want those two. Something. Nothing. One more red, please. And I want to showcase the units because that's going to take quite a while. I need to do that. Game's not letting me leave this screen. Kind of get stuck here because the game doesn't want to give me stuff. Yeah, Civil Society Linus is still one of the best mages in the game. So, yeah, he's a great one to have. I'm definitely gonna stop after I get one more red, but I can't get one more. It's physically impossible for some reason. Logzair's page should be in like 6 months, unfortunately, unless they update it before then, but I don't think so. That's something. Oh, there he is. Hooray. I don't sound excited, honestly I am. I'm happy with it. That's great. I got the unit eventually. It wasn't a waste of my crystals, that's the one thing I'm happy about. I didn't waste my crystals. It took a long time, but yeah, great. I carry a tiny lights onto a new age. There's no one else who can. Maybe I am a nobody, but I can light the dark for someone. But your Drake blood inside me is crying out that it wants to. Because he is like a dragon. Cool. I'm happy with that now. I got both units. I didn't get the Arkh, but I'm not too worried about that Arkh. I think it's a good one, but trying to pull for an Arkh, not this Arkh, but the other Arkh, you get it, is not a good idea. This is the main thing I really wanted because he just looks like a very good unit to me and could be very fun. I'm not summoning for his Arkh. In the past, I probably would consider pulling for it, but it's just not a good idea to pull for your Arkh in this game. But because I did get the units, that was literally average luck, wasn't it? Because exactly halfway there. Exactly halfway. At 125, exactly halfway. I think that was average luck, honestly. Which is fine. I'm fine with that. It wasn't too bad. But yeah, this Arkh's good, okay? But I'm not pulling for it because it's not worth pulling for. And the rate up being 0.4%, you're better off just going to the, get a lottery ticket, really. Yeah, I got Lonardo from one of those hero tickets. That was fun. I think my plan... Best units, check the tier list. That's all I can say. Global tier list. There's a lot of good units, but PvP is very specific. I think I'm going to use these medals on this prism because there's no other reason to save them for anything else, so I might as well just use them for that. Yeah, paid... Getting a bunch of SSR arcs is always great. It's gonna be helpful. Yeah. Well... So, here's the thing, right? I do kind of want to get his paid... Yeah, the free pull. I thought it was just one, but... I probably didn't look at that properly. I was thinking of getting his paid weapon. And I think I should, and I want to. So I'm gonna go do that right now. I really want this paid weapon, so I'm going to go get that. And then we're going to be stopping today. Not literally, but we're going to be stopping for and start showcasing stuff. Because I do want that weapon. Yes, I could wait, but... If you have Susanoo, that's... What even kind of question are you saying? I don't know what you're saying. Linus can't even really use Susanoo. He does look cool. I like this one. This one's cool. I wouldn't buy a skin, but I like this skin. Cool. 800k per hit. This is power creep, dude. Power creep is an issue. Almost hitting 1 million damage per hit is a... You know... I'm gonna go get his paid weapon right now, and then we're gonna start showcasing the units. That's the plan. His paid will definitely be in his best weapon. I'll go over recommended equipments for both these units in a moment as well, if I remember doing that. So let's do this. I'm probably gonna need to get some more paid crystals soon. That's fine. Even on my fire, it's fine. You never know. Maybe I can get a your Arkh from this, but it looks like no is the... Yeah, Sarah's damage cap is actually yeah, Arkh is not likely. It's not gonna happen. Sarah's damage cap on her trait isn't even a buff or anything. It's just continuously while she's alive, and it's not even a buff. So it stacks with literally everything. It's kind of like, think of it like a passive skill. So let's do 4 single pulls. We'll go through these 4 single pulls real quick, and then we can get his weapon. Okay. 1.2 mil is insane. And I believe... Well, that's weird. This should be the last one. There we go. Still no Arkh, which is alright. I don't need it necessarily. It would have been nice to have for Shift Arkh. Definitely would have been very nice. Let's get this weapon, because I do consider the weapon to be slightly better than... more useful than the accessory at least. So I am going to be getting that one. Yeah, I will showcase them very soon. I always do the showcases here. I know I really need to get around to making some videos, because some people have been asking me about that. It's just, I don't have the motivation for that currently. Also, I'm getting a new computer very soon. Kind of haven't really came up with many ideas for videos at the moment. So I've just been chilling doing these, because I enjoy doing these streams the most. There's his paid equipment. So that's all we're going to be doing there. I will now move over to Steam. Let's move over to Steam. And then we can start showcasing these units. But before we showcase the units, I do want to talk about recommended equipment for these units, because they are kind of specific with these units. There are some strong equipment options that's... well, you don't really have an option, really, for these units. Kind of locked to using those specific weapons. like Lonardo requires an ice sword, so I've still got 155 free crystals. If you're wondering how, yes, some of them are bought, but a lot of them are saved as well. I skipped Mem Tolomia completely. I didn't pull on her banner at all. Only like 3 single pulls with paid crystals. It was basically nothing, but yeah. So now I want to talk about recommended equipment for both of these units, and then we'll start showcasing both these units one at a time. If I get around to it, because I have about maybe 2 hours or so left. If I get around to it, maybe I'll try to use them in a story stage a little bit just to see their base performance after the showcase and everything. Yeah, he might be worth getting extra SC, honestly. He might be worth giving God Relic Prisms, but haven't decided yet. Yeah, I skipped her personally. I don't like her that much. Yes, her time stop is nice, but she's underwhelming. She really is an underwhelming unit. Okay, so let's start talking about recommended equipment options for these units. Maybe I should level them up first. I don't think Shift Ark even needs a sword or anything, right? Because I don't think he even needed... I know, why are you giving me tutorials? I don't care. Right. I'm gonna unlock these. Ward 1% HP, honestly not bad. Unlock these, then go over recommended equipments so that I can check his passive skills real quick. Yeah, they've reset the tutorial, I thought so. Because I kept seeing tutorial things showing up, and I was confused for a moment. So yeah, I don't think he requires a sword. So recommended equipment options for Shift Ark, the Shark Man. He isn't actually tied to a specific weapon. If you check his traits and everything, they don't say anything about being locked to a specific weapon. You don't have to have a certain weapon equipped. So it does give you a lot of, you know, he's viable with a lot of different weapons. You can use him with a lot of different weapons, what I'm trying to say. But there are some certain weapons that are a lot better for this type of unit because he is a breaker type unit, so having higher break values is quite important for him, and because of that, axes are going to be quite strong, especially this one, because it gives plus 50% break, and the axe boost skills do give some extra break values as well. So I would highly recommend to give him this Cerulean axe. If you don't have it, then make sure to Godforge it, because I believe it's a free-to-play accessible weapon. I don't remember if you need an Arkh or anything for it, but you can Godforge it, and it's a very good one. It gives 50% break. There are some other weapons that can give break. This gives 50% break, but this one's like the best one to use, so I would recommend this one if you're dual wielding. Now, if you're single wielding, it's probably better to use a sword, but honestly, because he doesn't have any, you know, specific weapon types in his kit, having a single axe should be fine. I briefly remember him, he might need a fire weapon, I think. I think he has a transcend skill that requires a fire weapon, and I don't know why I forgot his kit already. Probably because I've been doing too much. Let me just briefly show you this while we're here. So he has a fire weapon too. This is what I was thinking about. This requires a fire weapon. So if you're single wielding, it is recommended to have a fire weapon. Otherwise you'll be losing out on 30,000 damage cap, which is quite significant, and at 20% damage. So that is his only like requirement really, is to have a fire weapon. And if you're single building, that's why it's not really recommended to use that axe, because you kind of need a fire weapon, because then it'll give you more damage cap. So if you're single building, technically this axe can work just fine, but you will be losing out on some damage cap. But this will be his best break potential apart from his paid weapon. His paid weapon is going to be his best potential because it's a fire sword that gives break, right? So that would be great. But yeah, if you're looking for a fire weapon in particular, let's just have a look at what's available right now. There are machines that are fire, but he can't equip machines right now. Let me just give him a machine equip really quick, because I know there is a machine that's pretty good if you have available. Machine equip, and then let's go to fire weapons. So there are some good fire weapons. You've got Kagutsuchi sword is a pretty good fire weapon for him for sure. This would be good single wielding, and just give him this. Could be pretty good. But I do think his dual wield will be slightly better, because he's got true dual wield, which will boost double his hits for his special. So I think his potential is going to be better when dual wielding, honestly. Especially when you're breaking and continuously using your special, it's going to be doing twice as much if you're dual wielding. Ragnar Blast is very strong because it's a fire machine weapon. So this being a fire weapon, it's going to be pretty nice. And anti-type damage, he's got a anti-boss type effect in his kit. So that's going to be active all the time against bosses. Very strong weapon right here if you have it. It's from the Metatron Arkh, if you've got that one. It's a pretty good one. Those are the two main ones, I think. This one could be solid if you're lacking strength. Honestly, this one could be very good, because 35% strength, and you can give the hammer boost, which give more strength, so it could be an option, honestly. This one was from Fatus. It's another Arkh, but it is still an option if he ends up lacking strength. I don't know yet because I haven't tried him out fully, but it could be an option. It's probably better to have a machine plus a sword, because those are the easiest weapons to use. I could have a Ragnar Blaster plus Kagutsuchi. I think the best dual wield options would be his paid weapon plus the Mecha Cannon Veldis weapon. That is going to be his best dual wield build, I think, because having Mecha Cannon Veldis for the chance of extra thunder attacks is going to be quite strong. It's always very strong on every unit, but it's going to be pretty good on him too, for sure. You could use Trishula if you wanted to, if you're struggling with resistances, this could work. But if you're single wielding, it's not recommended to use that. It's only recommended to use it if you're dual wielding with a second fire weapon, because of that 6th enhanced fire transcend skill. Technically it can work without it, but 30,000 damage cap is quite significant that no weapon can really make up that difference. So no reason not to use a fire weapon, even if it's a bad one. Now let's just have a look at some other options real quick. If you are going dual wield and using a fire weapon already, second weapon can be anything you want really. It doesn't really matter what it is. There are some good options like Muramasa, and you've got Mecha Cannon Veldis, which is a very strong machine, but you have to give him machine equip, and you've got that hammer I just showed as well, which gives strength. Trishula, of course, and just anything that could give physical damage cap and damage, stuff like that, is going to be very strong. So, Aragami Sword, this one from the Susanoo Arkh, is going to be very good. If you're using a different fire weapon, because this can give damage cap and damage and strength, it's going to be decent. Yeah, you can do that. Kagutsuchi with Veldis and Icy Guardian is going to be a very good build for sure. If you stack crit rate. I believe he has a good crit rate, so that is going to be a good build. You can definitely do that. But here's the thing though, that is more of a main damage dealer build, right? And that can work fine, yeah. But he is a breaker, and breaking bosses are quite important with this unit. So that is why I don't think that's going to be his best option. because I would rather focus more on his break and try breaking the bosses quicker, because then he can get his buff up, and that is a massive boost. He's going to get a massive boost with that buff up. So that is why it's recommended to focus a bit more on breaking over damage itself, because you will technically get a better performance from breaking the boss. So that's why it is recommended to use this axe when dual wielding. And then your second weapon could be the paid sword if you have it. This is probably what I would use for a breaker build, honestly. Very good. That's probably his best breaker build option. Or we could go with his paid weapon plus single builds, because then we have the buff active. I do want to try it. There's a lot of stuff I want to try out with this unit, but I'm just showing some options. If you're thinking of asking about recommended Ark options with the ticket, you can just go back to the point in this stream where I talked about it earlier, but you have to do that once the stream is over. Susino is the best one. I like saying the name. It's the best one to get. Susino is the best one to get if you don't have it. Apart from that, it depends. But yeah, you can go back to that part in the stream when it ends. Accessories, though. Yeah, I just like saying it in funny ways, okay? Susano is... I think Susano is... Susano is how you say it. I just like saying it funny ways and get it mixed up sometimes. That's why. So, the more break, the better. Even though it's not going to be much, it's still going to help, right? I don't 100% know everything about break, but I know the more you have, the better. And having 50% more break is still going to help quite a bit. And it's basically a percentage of your base break. So if the unit has high break values on their skills, on their skill 3 for instance, then 50% of that high break value of the skill 3 is going to be quite significant. And then just keep increasing it, and it's going to end up being even better. So I just recommended to try and stack as much break as you can. That's why I'm going for these two weapon options at the moment. But yeah, now let's start talking about accessories. With accessories, I didn't get his paid accessory. Obviously that would be his best one for damage caps, but there are some other options, either for damage or damage cap. Depends on if he's hitting damage cap or not. But there are some good options because he can use any weapon, depends on what weapon you're using. And there are a couple of fire damage accessories. I know one's very good. It's a Histomia accessory, which for fire is very strong. Machine equipped, if you have a machine on, same thing with Mithril Relief as well. Fire damage, this one's going to be amazing because anti-type damage plus 15%, and he has an anti-boss type effect, so he will get that 15% all the time, and all you got to do is hit weakness, so then you've got 15% times 2. It's not actually 30%, it's a bit more than 30%, but 30% is simplified basically. A very good accessory if you have that one. More damage caps. With this unit, if you're dual wielding, damage caps are going to be even more important because he gets 50% more damage caps. So 1000 damage cap would be giving like 500 more damage cap, I believe. So damage caps become even more useful with this unit, especially when dual wielding. Well, when he's single wielding, he doubles hits too, so that is also amazing. But when dual wielding, the fact that he gets 50% damage cap when dual wielding is quite insane, honestly. And the boosts like the Susano Arkh, stuff like that, is going to be even more insane than it already is with this unit because the 50% damage cap bonus with his buff that you only get when you're dual wielding. Single wielding is just double hits. You don't get the extra damage cap buff. This one could be okay. Fire damage, anything like that's going to be pretty good. Skill, damage, and strength. This one's very good. It's from a collab, but it gives fire attack damage, so it's pretty solid if you have that one. This one is always great because critical rate and damage cap is going to be a very good one, because it's going to be giving basically 3,000 damage cap instead of 2,000. So this one's going to be a very good one. Yeah, there is a break crest. I actually have that. I have a 5-star break crest. It's very strong, and I highly recommend that to give it to him, because that's going to be quite a big boost, especially if you have single build builds. And that is why I think building him single build could be quite fun with a break build, and could be better, because you get the single build break boosts. Could be quite strong. This one, give him a crit rate, is going to be great. This one is going to be amazing. Make sure you work on getting this at some point, because this is a very good one. You can get this from Histomia. It takes a lot of grinding, I know, but it is still... These Histomia accessories are the best ones in the game, the strongest ones that we have available that can use on any unit. And the fact that this gives 30% fire damage and 10% weakness damage, very strong. I do recommend to give it to him if you're struggling hitting damage cap. This one's going to be quite a big difference. So that one's going to be amazing. Work on getting that at some point if you don't have it made yet. And then second accessory, any other accessories, you could use Fable City Bracelet if you have it, because it gives skill damage, damage cap, and some ailment resistance, pretty good. Yeah, I still need to do some of the Histomia bosses as well. I've done a couple of them, but I do a bit and then I get bored and then I stop doing it, you know, because it takes so much grinding to do that. Yeah, you can only farm them in multiplayer. That's what makes it annoying. If you could grind them by yourself without having to do a multiplayer stage, that would have been so much better. Why did they tie it to multiplayer? I don't know, because it's annoying to do multiplayer. Guess why? When I try to do the Histomia stages, there's no one there to play it with me. I could ask around, but I open up a room, I'm waiting for like a couple minutes, no one's joining. It's probably because of the time zone I'm in. And when I want to do it at my time, it ends up being a different time for everyone else that's playing the game, and this is what I'm thinking. But yeah, second accessory, I'm probably just going to go with Master Core, because it's more damage. This build is already looking very strong. The new Ark's definitely not worth pitying for sure, definitely not. Not worth pulling for, but if you get it, it's a great one, especially with the new shark. Also, while I'm here, I'll show you the crests. Where is it? Should be around here somewhere. It's a 2-slot crest. Don't remember which one it is. If you like break, this is what you should be trying to aim for with this unit. This breaker boost here gives you 50% break, which is good, but the 200% break instead is what makes it quite crazy. So if you single build with this unit, this is going to be a massive boost, but even 50% is going to be a nice boost. And I have the other one at strength, but I'm definitely going to be using that. I've been using it on Ryza. She's pretty great breaker, could actually work with him, but this is the type of build I'd probably use. Honestly, this is a breaker focused build. Now this build could change. You could go single wield and you could focus less on breaking and go for like machine, mecha cannon Veldus, that kind of stuff. And obviously there are alternatives to his paid sword. You can go for any other fire weapon. But yeah, I think I'm going to go with this for now. Those are the recommended equipment options for now. Obviously, if you're single building, you can go with clothes. I might as well have a look at clothes, but it's like the normal clothes. Any clothes or armor. Technically, he can have either of them. It doesn't really matter which one, because I don't think he has clothes or armor boosts in his kit, so it's fine. Lonardo is definitely good. I don't know if he's worth putting for super hard. I think he's worth having, yes. Mostly for PvP, but he needs testing before we really see how good he is, okay? Because right now, he's more PvP focused and they need testing more. If you're single building, things that give damage cap, of course, can be great. Bravery Raiment's always good. Bravery Coat because more damage cap, but that's kind of what you're looking for, is clothes or armor that gives damage or damage cap. That's all I can really recommend for a single wield build. If you don't have those though, just go dual wield build. That's going to be a lot easier. Yeah, I know there is some collab skills. Blazing Sword's quite good. We actually have some good fire collab skills, honestly. We've got Blazing Sword and Radiant Wave Surger. That's for fire damage units. Yeah, the transmutated gear, I don't do that because it just takes way too much grinding. I probably should do that now because I have a lot of orb recoveries saved up. I should probably do it. It just takes a lot of time. And orb recoveries. It's probably worth the investment. I think Raiden, I don't think this skill will be that great because his skill 3 launches him in the air, but we'll test him out very soon. But I just wanted to quickly go over his recommended equipment options, and then I want to do the same thing for Shift Lonardo and for Lonardo as well. It's going to be, there's a lot less options for him though. I've heard that Ark's break is pretty good, yes, but it's not anything crazy. It's still very solid, but I've just heard it's not like the highest break that we've ever seen, for instance. Now, what's his ward? 1% ice damage. Amelia says hi. Amelia's gonna love that 1% more damage. 1% better. Okay, so for recommended equipment with Shift Lonardo, there aren't that many options, unfortunately, because if you go have a look at his trait 1, he is only a single wield unit, and you are forced to use an ice sword to be able to inflict freeze. And that is the biggest problem, is you must have an ice sword, otherwise you won't be able to inflict freeze. And he does need a sword, and he can only single wield, so he's very specific. So definitely make sure you have an ice sword. Even if it's not a great one, it's what's going to allow you to freeze enemies. So that's quite important to keep in mind. Break mechanics are kind of scuff, yeah, but they can be quite useful against some bosses, and it is a viable playstyle. Some people do it. Yeah, but it can be used, yeah. It is relevant. So with his recommended equipments, he does have like two-handed sword boost in his kit, and when only weapon equipped is one sword. See, he has a lot in his kit that requires a single sword, especially an ice sword, because of trait 1 and probably his 6th enhanced skill. So you don't really have any options apart from ice swords, unfortunately. Technically you can use a normal sword, but ice sword is kind of necessary for his freeze, and there's not many in the game. But fortunately, this is what everyone does have in the game, because it's from a SLonardo, I believe. Even though it's trash and it's not very good, it's an ice sword, so it's at least something. But the best free-to-play option that everyone should be using on him is the Zestina Blade, because this one gives 3 seconds of SCT every time you beat an enemy, so it's a very strong SCT regen effect from that, and you get 25% ice physical damage. I'm going to be using this one. I used it on the base form of Lonardo, as you can see, and this is his best sword, best free-to-play accessible sword that you can get. That is what I'm going to be using on him pretty much all the time, because SCT regen and some damage, pretty strong. The break time boost should stack. Apparently when you increase the break recovery time by a lot, it ends up, you know, destroying how break works, and it just kind of ruins it and breaks it. Apparently, if you have too much break duration, it just instantly ends or something. I never witnessed it myself, but I've heard that it's happened to people. If you have too much break duration extension, it's something to think about. So Zestina is kind of your only weapon option, and he's only a single wield unit. He can't work dual wield really. So he could have an armor or cloves. If I just quickly check his passive skills, he has cloves boost plus. Yeah, you break the break by having too much break duration. It's true. He has cloves boost plus. I don't think there's really too much else that requires cloves, but so technically you could have an armor if you really want to, but you are going to be missing out on 10% damage and 10% damage mitigation to magic. So if you have some good cloves, it is recommended to use cloves instead of an armor. So obviously you've got bravery raiments, of course, always the best option here. And this one could be solid because damage mitigation. Yeah, definitely a big spaghetti code in this one. This one that we got from an event recently, the slime collab, is actually quite good, but it only gives mitigation. So it doesn't give you damage, but the mitigation could be worth using it for. And there isn't too much else, honestly, because there's kind of a lack of close options unless you get certain UR arcs, which I don't have yet. I know there is one from Takemikazuchi, or whatever it's called, from Crappy Balin's banner. That one you can get from a ticket. I'm probably going to use my ticket on that one. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because it has an Arkh reward, which has some very strong cloves in it. So I'm probably going to get that and get those cloves and use it on him. That's probably what I would do. Yeah, that transmutated weapon can be very strong for sure, because it can potentially give more damage. I'm going to put this on for the moment. It can give more damage than this one, yes. But this gives SET regen, which is sometimes more valuable. But honestly, I think I should try to get the transmutated gear now. I think I need to start grinding those out, because they are quite strong weapons and equipment. And I have over 1,000 orb recoveries, so I should probably start grinding that now. But over the last 2 weeks, I was grinding Mem Tolomia's event for the boxes to try to get some God Relic prisms and stuff and materials from there. So I spent most of my time grinding that over the past 2 weeks. But yeah, I'm going to be going with these two for now. It's kind of a generic weapons. Accessories, he's an ice unit that uses a sword, so what else is there to say other than just Mithril Relief, anything that gives ice damage. And guess what? We have this, which I'm still working on, by the way, but this one's very good. If you have this yet, because it gives ice damage and critical rate, it's a very good one. Yeah, that summon gear. I've never done the summon gear event because I couldn't be bothered, but maybe I'll do it now. This one's going to be very good. I still need to max it out, but this one's a very strong one, for sure, that you could use on Shift Lonardo. Fable City Bracelet, anything for damage. Damage cap if you're doing PvE. He can work in PvE, by the way, for his freeze, and his DPS isn't too bad. It's average, it's decent, but not comparable to current meta PvE DPS units is the problem. So he's not going to be your main damage dealer. He's more going to be of a supportive type sub DPS unit, I think, is his main role for PvE content. With his anima, stuff like that. I wish he provided damage cap to the team. That would have been nice, because then he could have been a good alternative to like Emperor Lelouch or something. Like if his anima gave damage cap, that would have been asking for too much, but still. Could be nice. Is there really anyone better than him for ice damage? I don't think so. I think he's the best one for ice, but element doesn't really matter too much, because you can just reduce elements quite easily. especially in Battleground Simulator, it's not too much of an issue unless you're up against 80 resistance, but you can still reduce it, so ice isn't really necessary. His main, most important thing is the freeze, but he does need to kind of hit weakness to get more damage cap. Let's look at some accessories and put some on. This one's very good. Even though it was from a collab, this one's a very strong one. 15% ice damage. I'm going to give that to him, because that one's a pretty good one. And I'm probably going to give him that Histomia accessory as the second one, but any generic accessory that gives skill damage or strength, stuff like that, is going to be great on him. If you're using him as a bruiser, tankish type unit in PvP, then you can start looking at some more damage mitigation focused equipments. Like, this one's decent, or honestly, maybe the brooch, because it gives continuous high magic barrier effect, which I don't think he has in his kit, so that might help against mages, if it's even necessary, I don't know. Getting 2 Leos is still pretty good. For now though, I'm just gonna give him this one, and then the second accessory can be the other one from the collab. Obviously you could do this if you're hitting weakness, because he does need to hit weakness, ideally, if possible, because he does have a lot in his kit that requires hitting weakness. This one's pretty good. You can get this from farming story. There are some sub-quests that allow you to get that. Let's just put this one on for now, and I'm going to be using this build for the moment. And crests, just anything that's like sword equipped, more damage or stuff like that, it's kind of what you're looking for. Or if you're using cloves, which you should be, then you could give him some cloves damage mitigation. Like one of these that I have that's around here somewhere, I think it's this one. This one, yeah, like this. If you're trying to make him tanky, this would be very good for him in PvP for sure. The Super Descent of Heroes ticket is available in the anniversary event thing. I think I'll just put this on for now, because that was on the base form of Lonardo. Basically, this is replacing the base form of Lonardo, kind of. I'll be going for this build. Current stats are looking like pretty good. It's those boxes you can open, that trading space. I've never gotten a crest that has 3 5-star traits. Apparently it's incredibly rare, like 0.0 something. The best that I've gotten is 2 5-star traits. This is the best that I've gotten. It's almost impossible to get a triple 5-star trait. It's like you win the lottery if you get one of those. That's how rare it is. Super unlikely. That's insane. I know of one person that got one. That's it. Don't know of anyone else. Yeah, there's a lot of trading space events going on right now. There's technically 3 events going on right now. Anniversary Medal Trading Space for some stuff. This one, the Omikuji, is where you get the Super Descent of Heroes ticket. And some really good stuff, honestly. Like Transcendiles, God Spheres, God Relic Prisms. Great stuff. I do always like those events. They provide a lot of things. Okay, so that is recommended equipment options for both of these units. Now, if you're thinking about Arks, well, of course the new Arkh is going to be good on Sharkman, but if you don't have that, obviously Sasanu is going to be great. And everyone should have this Arkh now, because if you didn't trade for it, you should be shamed, because this is the best Arkh you should get from your ticket. But yeah, this one's going to be amazing on Sharkman, because even more damage cap. 75,000, add on an extra plus 50%. damage cap. It's going to be over, it's giving you over 100 damage cap just for having that Arkh skill active. It's quite insane. Yeah, I always get a bunch of, I mostly get dupes when I get a beach. It's unfortunate. And with Lonardo, ice damage dealer, single wields, anything like that. Blaze Garden's going to be nice. If he can even tank. Ether Diver's pretty good. I do remember using this on the base form of Lonardo. Kind of the same arcs you would be using on the base form of Lonardo, you'll be using on this one too, because they're very similar units. I have this Lonardo at plus 30, by the way. I've been using him in PvP, like guild battles, and PvE against Reaper I haven't done in a long time, but I mostly use him in PvP. Very good. But yeah, I'm going to leave that there for equipment and stuff, and now I do actually want to start showcasing these units now. Yeah, if you single build him, he can get a lot more break potential. That's kind of what I want to test out at some point. So let's go to the unit test play quest, because I do want to try out both of these units now and start looking at their animations and hit counts and all that stuff. See if there's any interactions with any of the skills. So we'll start off with Arkh. Mr. Shark Dragon. So, of course, he's going to have his paid equipments. He's built dual wields with 3 jeweled amulet as well, because he does have true dual wields in his kit. This is going to be quite impressive, by the way. I'm telling you this before we go in it, but this is going to look quite impressive. And he's also got this Arkh from his banner, which is going to give him 15,000 more damage cap, which would be like, I don't know, 20 something damage cap, because he's got 50% more because he's dual wielding. So yeah, and the elemental circle debuff. You could use the Arkh skill at level 1, it looks like this. Honestly, still pretty good at level 1. The break debuff is still 20% at level 1, so that doesn't change. Pretty nice. So let's try him out in here now. And then try out all of his skills and special, because the special is going to be double hits, because dual wielding should be pretty good. This is going to be quite impressive. So let's see what his stats look like right now. 11,000 strength, could be a bit better, honestly. I feel like against Battleground Simulator bosses, he's going to need a bit more strength than that. I don't think 11,000 is enough, so I think he's going to need a bit more help to get more strength. But this is just base kit, but it's not too bad. But I do feel like you're going to need some more strength than that. In endgame content, at least. Right. So, normal attack isn't anything crazy, just kind of normal. As a normal attack should be. You're not really going to be using it ever. And his sprite is amazing. I do like his wings and everything's really cool. It's like a fire dragon, it's very cool. And right now you can see that he's got this Red Dragon King buff, and this lasts for 20 seconds and it's just about to run out. This is going to give him 50% damage cap for the next 3 seconds. So I'll use a skill 1 real quick and you'll see the damage cap right now is like 295,000, right? And the buff wears off, and then we'll start focusing a bit more on the animations of the skills. So without the buff, quite a big difference, honestly. It's going to be even more of a difference when you're breaking the boss and stuff. But yeah, the animation of this is okay. I mean, it's solid for a skill 1, honestly. Not too bad. But it is going to be probably his slowest skill. But it isn't too bad for a skill 1. And the range of this kind of short. And he's getting more damage cap because we're in this battle for longer. Once it reaches 60 seconds, right now, the damage cap's going to be even higher, 290,000. So, yeah. And skill 2 is quite a bit faster than the skill 1. It does have a delay in the middle, but the actual hits themselves are kind of fast. And the boss is now broken, so now we've got the buff and his damage cap is insanely high. Yeah, you're going to be doing stuff like this, and that's what I think is quite insane, is these damage caps that you're seeing right here are single wheel damage cap numbers, which is what I think is hilarious. Like, my fully built Christmas Rem with a full team can hit like 600,000 damage cap, and she's a single wheel unit. And then you've got this unit doing almost 600,000 damage cap, and he's dual wielding, and these are just his base skills, by the way. Obviously he's got paid equipment and the Arkh as well, but still, that's quite crazy to me. And the fact is that 600,000 with Christmas Rem was with the Susanoo Arkh as well, so it's quite nuts. So yeah, that was skill 2. It's quite solid, honestly, but it's not going to be anything crazy. But it's still going to be decent DPS. His main skill is going to be his skill 3. Skill 3. This one's going to be his best skill, because it's going to have the highest break values on his skill 3, and it's probably going to be his best spammable skill for his maximum DPS potential. Pretty decent hit counts on this skill. Yes, there is a delay in the middle. It does 10 hits or so, and then it does the other hits, but if you spam it, it's probably going to be quite good. Yeah, there are delays in the middle, which is the biggest downside. But yeah, they're dual wielding him in the unit test play quest. They decided to dual wield him, which is fine, because that gives him his special double hits, because the true dual wields. But yeah, you can see his skill 3 right there. The animations are pretty fast. I just don't like the delay in the middle, and you can't really spam it super fast either. So it's not the fastest in the game, but you can see the break going down quite a lot. I just used 2 skill 3s and it went down by that much. So that's quite nice. And I think the DPS of this is going to be quite strong, and apparently the actual DPS numbers are like 12 million or something when he's got all of his buff active and the bosses in break. He has like 12 million DPS on his skill 3, so yes, his skill 3 is quite strong. Haven't even used his charisma yet either. And then you can do like okay, I'm gonna do one more thing, and then I want to show you his maximum potential in this unit test play quest, right? So I'm gonna show you what his special looks like right now. So at full health, start the battle, let's use the special, see what it's like. It's pretty good, honestly, and it's only single target. $106 hits. It's solid damage cap, but here's the thing, right? Is he should get more damage cap when he's broken the boss. So what I want to do is let's see what his maximum potential numbers are like. Yeah, I do want to see his special numbers in break. Maybe I should break first, or I'm going to wait until it's 60 seconds, until a minute is gone, and then I'm going to break the boss, and then I'm going to use the special, and then you'll see the damage cap numbers. I could also use the Arkh skill, but should I do that? I mean, there's no reason not to. Break taken, 5 damage cap, fine. I'll do that. Cool. Wait for 60 seconds. And then use a skill 3 and you watch the damage cap numbers be insane. 632,000. And now I use a special. This is crazy. Not as much as I was hoping, but it's still quite impressive. 632,000 dual wields is just ridiculous to me. That's insanely good to me. And like 360-ish thousand per hit on the special, still very solid. And he does get slightly more damage cap the more you break the boss. So it's quite impressive. Now, here's the thing, right? This is a type of unit that isn't really made for bursting immediately, right? Like, if I just go into the battle and start spamming skills, that's not his best potential. His maximum potential is when he breaks bosses, so it does kind of require some setup to reach his maximum potential. But when he can reach his maximum potential, it's quite insane. This is without breaking, like, without breaking the boss, it's still quite strong, honestly. It's very good. 482,000 that time because I tried to do it quicker, but yeah, he's going to be very good in longer battles, like Battlegraph Simulator is going to be amazing. I can already see that. Because breaking means the boss can't do anything to you while the boss is broken. So, it's going to be quite nuts. Let me do this one more time and then we'll go over to the next unit. But you should be able to see now that this is just his base kit with the Arkh and his paid equipments. And he's already doing these kind of crazy numbers. And that's quite insane to me, honestly. So, when he's fully built, I can imagine him doing some crazy DPS numbers and damage numbers, and his break should be quite solid too, because he only has his one paid weapon which gives 100% break, right? So he could get more break values from equipping an axe as well, and having a Ark trait that gives more break, stuff like that. So there could be more break potential here. I can't test out how he's like single wield in here because it just has dual wield, but dual wield is technically better because it doubles the hit counts of his special, and if you're breaking a lot, then adding more, doubling your hits to your special is going to be probably more significant. Yeah, skill 3 is going to be very good, and you can use it anywhere to... It reminds me of one of Ray's skill 3s, like Beast Divinity Ray or one of those forms. It's pretty similar. Yeah, this is great. I can already tell that he's gonna be a very good unit, and one of the best DPS units in the game right now, probably the highest potential DPS right now, because the fact that he gets 50% more damage cap when he's in his buff, and he's a dual wield unit and can get access to a lot of damage caps like Susanoo. His potential's very high, and the fact that he's already doing this in a unit test play quest is quite impressive to me. And he's not struggling to hit damage cap at all. There's no numbers that are not hitting damage cap, so he's going to be great. I am looking forward to using this unit in Battlegraph Simulator and trying out some teams there, because I feel like he's going to be quite good for sure. you can have like a break focus team with maybe him plus Riser or something like that. It's going to be quite strong and quite fun, because break as a mechanic is something that you never really focus on that often. It's usually a forgotten mechanic that most players just ignore, and that's fine, because it's mostly just not even worth worrying about until you get a unit like this, where their break potential, their DPS potential in break is super high, that it's definitely worth trying to break as much as you can. It's going to be quite important, because outside of that buff, he's not going to do too much. Especially outside of breaking, it's not going to do too much, but he's still going to be quite a solid DPS unit outside of those, outside of breaking and outside of the buff. But the maximum potential of that unit is quite insane. So I'll leave that there. For that unit, I do think he's going to be very strong. For a PvE unit, he's going to be probably the best boss killer we have right now, if you can break the boss. Now, if you can't break the boss, I think Christmas Rem might be slightly better if you can't break the boss. But when you start being able to break the boss, that's when he becomes the best DPS in the game currently. So if you can use him to his maximum potential, he becomes the best DPS. But even if you can't, as a newer player, he's still going to be an amazing unit. The fact that you get all of his SCT at the start of the boss wave and restoring special gauge when you break a boss, stuff like that, he's going to be great. So you have a choice of single wield or dual wield as well. So as a newer player, you can choose that because they're both viable. He's going to be great. He's definitely a very good pull for a unit. Definitely worth having. If you are missing Christmas Rem, he's almost considered a must pull if you are lacking all of the current best damage dealers, because he's going to allow you to push that endgame content a lot more if you have him. But obviously if you have a Christmas Rem or other units that also have high DPS numbers like Seadriel and stuff like that, he becomes less necessary, but he is still an upgrade in certain situations. So I do think it's going to be great. Now let's start having a look at the next unit, which is Emperor Lonardo. He is more PvP focused, so I won't spend too much time on him, because his PvE potential isn't as high as Shift Ark. His main potential, the main thing he provides is the ability to freeze enemies, and he doesn't even need the enemies to have ice weakness to inflict freeze. So that's his main gimmick, really, is inflicting freeze, and his anima to increase damage taken, also very strong. So he's more focused on PvP. His PvE can be decent though, so I do want to try that off. Which one is better really depends on what content you focus on more. I would think Shift Ark Sharkman is better. That's what I think at the moment. But let's try out Emperor Lonardo first. So his stats, he actually has 1,000 less strength than Shift Ark, but he does have more defense, so he's going to be a bit more tanky. We expected this because he does have more mitigation in his kit than Ark does, which doesn't have much mitigation. And you can see the boss right now has Elemental Circle because of the Ark trait, Ice Resistance debuff because of Lonardo's Sixth Enhanced skill, so now the enemy has minus 140 Ice Resistance. It's going to be quite strong. So his skill 1 is a long range attack, can be used anywhere, and this is basically the same thing as the base form of Lonardo. It's basically the same thing. It's pretty good and spammable, honestly. It's a good one. And each hit has a chance to inflict freeze, by the way. Haven't seen it yet, but it is a nice skill 1, honestly. It's not going to be crazy, but you could technically make him dual long range unit and just spam skill 1 in arena. It's not recommended, but it's a possibility. How to beat Garlands? Well, I would think it shouldn't be that difficult, and it's old content at this point, and there might already be videos available on that from other channels, I'm not sure, but there should be It shouldn't be too difficult, especially in multiplayer one. Single player one, if you're just starting, I can imagine that could be quite difficult. Just use your best damage dealer that you have that can be tanky, and a support like Spirit Medicera. Yeah, Anniversary is always a great time, as well as collabs. The enemy has freeze right now, by the way. Let's try the skill 2 next. Skill 1 is 8 hits, but there is a chance for extra attacks. That's why you're seeing extra hits sometimes. Skill 2 looks pretty nice, honestly. It has some nice range to it. If I go over here, yeah, it does like a long range attack first, and then it dashes to the enemy. So it's like a skill 1 for part of it, like that for part of it, and then dashes to the enemy. Pretty nice. All I can recommend is more mitigation. Arkh should definitely destroy it, especially if you break the boss, but more mitigation, walls, all that kind of stuff, fire shields, gods, shields, that kind of stuff is what might be necessary to beat it, I think. Skill 3 is his best skill. It's pretty good, honestly. That one also inflicted freeze. This one's long range. I do like this one. That one also inflicted freeze. It's per hit, isn't it? Pretty sure. Let's do that again. Now, you can see the difference between Lonardo and Sharkman. It's the damage numbers are a lot lower on Shift Lonardo, and he's a single unit too. But his skills are better, I would argue, that his skills are faster. They're pretty good, honestly. They're good skills. They're just, his damage cap's kind of lacking. That's the biggest problem. And then a special. It's going to be worse than Ark special because only 53 hits on that isn't going to do too much. It is a single target special, and then it does an AoE special against all enemies afterwards. So that is everything in his kit. I do want to try this again, just to put all of his skills together and everything, kind of show you how he's going to work. Also, here's Anima. Doesn't really do anything here. It's funny that this Ark skill gives a fire damage and damage cap buff, but that's not going to do anything to Lonardo. Kind of funny. So that Anima is going to be great, but it's not really going to help in here because it's hitting damage cap anyways. There's freeze. I do want to kind of see how often freeze activates, because it might be more reliable than the base form of Lonardo, because that is pretty important. It might be, actually. When the enemy has weakness, the chance might be quite decent. Arkh's very good as a PvE unit. Lonardo is good too, but PvE-wise, less strong than Arkh. I think Arkh's... That freeze didn't last that long, but... There's another freeze. Honestly, I think the chance of freeze activating seems decent. At least it seems better than the base form of Lonardo, but we'll have to see on Goldmine exactly what the chances are once Lake updates it. But for right now, seems pretty solid. See, that was 2 times right there. Another 2 times, 3 times. The chance is definitely higher than normal, I think. That's what it feels like. It feels like the chance of freeze is higher than the base form of Lonardo, especially because enemy has a weakness. So, it's great. He's going to be really good at freezing. I can already tell. Is it permanent uptime freeze if you keep spamming skills? I would say probably. It seems like a yes. If the enemy has ice weakness, I think he's going to be freezing quite often. And that is concerning to me, because it can work in PvP as well. Yeah, Susanoo is the best one to get, 100%. There's no competition there. Everyone should get that if they don't already have it. It's just so good. Yeah, I wanted Arch being the breath as well. That's funny. Also, it's disappointing, but oh well. I think I'm going to leave it there for Lonardo, because that's kind of what I wanted to show with him. Freeze should work on all Battleground bosses. I think it does. I'm pretty sure it does work on all of the bosses. But here's the thing is, the game doesn't tell you how much resistance the bosses have to freeze. That's the biggest problem. So you don't know if they're going to be able to be frozen or not. And you can't even reduce their freeze resistance. So you kind of need to go in the battle and test it. That's the only way to really find out. But the main reason why freeze is such a big thing against Reaper is because stun doesn't work after you reach 250. Once you reach difficulty 250, stun doesn't work anymore, so freeze becomes the only option against Reaper in Battleground Simulator. Freeze can, I believe it can work against other bosses too, it's just Reaper is the most notable one because it's the only one that works against that boss. But Lonardo's probably going to be the best unit next to Shift Amelia, because Shift Amelia can technically dual wield and do decent DPS, might be a bit better, I don't know, but Lonardo might be more reliable, I'm not sure. But he's going to be really good at freezing. I can already tell, based on what I saw in the unit test play quest, Lonardo is going to be quite good at freezing. Yeah, Shift Amelia can freeze as well on her special. And I believe her skills as well. She can inflict freeze. Even though she's a mage, her physical DPS is actually quite good. And some people have used her in Battleground Simulator as a physical damage dealer and using her special. Like, some have used her special to inflict freeze and then extended it with Gobble and had infinite freeze. It's a funny thing that you can do, and what's funny is you can cheese certain bosses that way by just inflicting an ailment once and then extending it with Gobble with his skill 1 infinitely, and they'll never get out of that ailment. It's a hilarious mechanic. Something you can do. Is cheese, very, but hilarious. I would expect those, like, Garland bosses and stuff not to be able to be frozen. I don't think they can be frozen, because if they could, you could just easily cheese it by freezing them and keep spamming skills, and they'll never be able to do anything. That would just be an easy win. That's the problem with ailments, is ailments are so strong in this game. The fact that the enemies can't do anything to you once they've got that ailment is quite insane to me. But yeah, Emperor Lonardo is going to be good. I can see the value with him for sure. He's basically like a better version of his base form, pretty much. So that's going to be quite good. His freeze even better than his base form. So definitely a good unit. But I consider Shift Arkh, the Shark Man, I consider him to be a better unit overall for PvE content, because his DPS potential is just so high and he has a very strong charisma. Lonardo's more for PvP and needs testing there. So that's kind of what I think about these two units. Very strong units. Honestly, these two units are very good anniversary units to have, because their kits are actually quite good for any person's account. And I can see value for like anyone's account, especially with Arkh the most. But Lonardo has potential for PvP and can freeze. Freezing seems quite good, so I think these units are very good anniversary units. Arguably, these units are better than other anniversary units that we've had in the past. Like, there's been a lot of mid-anniversary units, like the anniversary Kyles in the past were kind of mid. They were more newer player-friendly units, and not really for endgame accounts. But now we've got these units that can be good for new players and endgame players at the same time, so I like that. Yeah, and I get it, they're not necessary either. I don't think they're going to be completely game-changing for anything, but they are very strong and are going to be meta units for sure, so that's something to keep in mind. And they are Descent of Heroes units, so they will come back in the future. So, not necessary to pull by any means, but they are very good units. If you manage to get them from tickets, they're going to be very nice units to have on your account, 100%. This stage, I think I've already done this stage before, but you can do it again and get more crystals. That's probably what I'm going to do at some point. Yeah, this game gives you a lot of dupes. You should probably expect it. Honestly, it's sad, but yeah, I think I'll leave that there for today. We've been here for 4 hours. That's quite long. It's like 5 p.m. my time. There was a clock change like a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks at some point. I bet Kyle gets more shifts eventually, but he doesn't need any more. He's already got 3. The unit that has the most shifts in the entire game is Alice. She's got the most shifts in the game. If she gets 1 more, they won't be able to fit it in, because there's 1 shift form I'm missing, which is right here. So where's the 6th one gonna go? No idea. Where's the 6th one gonna go? Like up here or something, I don't know. I think I've got all of Kyle's forms and Ray's forms and Theria's forms. Yeah, Alice has 5. She's got a Valentine's shift, which I don't have. I think it's V Alice or something. There's a Valentine's form of Alice. So she's got Demon Plate, most recent. This just called Alice. Summer Alice, base form of Alice, and then Valentine's Alice was kind of in there somewhere. Which I don't have yet. Which I don't need because it's outdated, but they were good when they came out and then they get outdated after a couple months or so, yeah. I think that's everything I really wanted to cover for today. I can get these crystals because I got those units, so that was great. %30 chance, I wouldn't consider that to be worth doing. Yeah, PvP, it always depends on what you have and it requires high investment units. Don't copy what I have because it may not work for you. Even if you make the exact same team as me, it might not work because it depends on the skills you have and the arcs and everything like that. But I thought I said he looked good. I meant Benimaru didn't look good for PvE content, so like bosses content. I said he looked good for arena and he needed testing. That's what I said about Benimaru. With Arkh, he doesn't look good for PvP. He looks amazing for PvE, and I stand by that. He's not going to work in PvP because he's a boss unit. So, yeah. But Benimaru is very good PvP unit. I've been using him a lot in guild battles, and arena is very strong. Yeah, I know. Sure, you can use it. I'm not saying that he's bad, that he's not usable enough. I'm just saying that he's not a meta unit for PvE content, as DPS is below average for PvE content. But PvP is amazing, actually. It's amazing. Really good. Not as strong as Shiflog Zeus, but can kill him and arguably do a bit better than him in some situations. It's like a rock paper scissors type game, and then you get your head blown off, that type of thing. But yeah, that's what's been working for me. I do want to finish this up soon, so I do want to start going over conclusion and everything on this entire anniversary and stuff. So conclusion for, I will get him at plus 30 probably soon. That's what I plan to do. I'm not sure yet. I might do. I could do that. The things right here, use these in the trading space. So my conclusion for today, I think this anniversary is pretty good. Anniversaries are always very fun in this game, but the thing is about this anniversary that some people may not like is that it's more focused on guild battles, and the biggest changes in this anniversary are focused on guild battles. So if you're not a fan of guild battles and have never done it, or just don't like it, then there's probably going to be less in this update to enjoy, because there's a lot focused on guild battles. But if you've never tried it, at least try to give it a try now, because you do get some crystals from it, and it could be some fun, who knows. Worth trying at least. They are going to be updating it now, which is good news, because it is a mode where Adis makes money from, because there are certain guilds and players that try and keep up to date with guild battle meta, and they like competing, they like the competitive aspect of it. So it is nice to see some change there, and I am happy to see some change of it, but some players are not going to care too much about that competitive aspect of guild battles, so that's fine. But there are some other changes outside of that too, which are also pretty nice. And the fact that they've announced a Brave Frontier collab coming in the next 2 months, super exciting for a lot of players, and a lot of players are probably going to be just coming to the game today just to save up for the Brave Frontier collab. So hello if that's you, and hope you have a nice time in this game, because it's a pretty good game overall, even though it has some problems. But anyways, yeah, guild battles definitely need an update. Now, to do with the current banners and units, they are both very good units, and if you were to start the game off right now today, Ark King of Dragons is going to be the #1 unit that you should be aiming for and rerolling for, because his PvE potential is very high. He's a very easy to use unit. He has Boss Slayer, immune to interruption when he's got his buff active. He's got SET regen at the start of the boss wave, and he can get his special back when he breaks a boss every single time. So he's got a lot going for him, and it's going to be one of the best damage dealers in the game for quite a long while, I think. Yes, they should newer players should also try to get Spirit Maiden Sarah as well. Try to reroll for both of them. That will be a perfect start to your account if you're just starting. Get Shift Arkh, the Shark Man, and Spirit Maiden Sarah. That would be your best reroll, I think, and anything else like some UR arcs and stuff like that would also be quite nice, like a Silver Society Linus and stuff like that. But he's going to be a very good reroll target, 100%, and I would argue that he's a better target than Lonardo. Lonardo's a good unit. I feel like there's more value with Arkh than Lonardo as a newer player, and as an endgame player like me, I think Lonardo has potential there, because of his freezing potential seems pretty good. The fact that that can work against certain Battlegraph bosses and stuff like that is very good. And he could even freeze in PvP as well, and he seems more aimed towards PvP. So because of that, he's probably more aimed towards endgame players that can mess around with his freeze mechanics and use him in arena and guild battles. So he's probably more for the PvP side of things, and Shift Arkh is more for the endgame, Battlegraph Simulator, high DPS type, and newer player type unit. So Arkh has probably got more value for everyone than Lonardo, but they're both solid units. I'm honestly happy with what they did with both of these. Emperor Lonardo, though, just feels like a improved version of his base form, honestly, which is fine, because his base form is still very strong, and I still use him sometimes in guild battles and things like arena. He can work there too, his base form at least. So the fact that he's now got a shift form could be even better than his base form, but who knows how long that's going to last in the meta. I don't know. But I'm hoping he's tanky enough and does enough damage to survive in the current arena meta, because he could be pretty good with Amelia and just any other units. He could be good there, so we'll have to see on his performance there. But some good potential with his freezing. But Shift Ark is the better unit overall, I think. And Mem Columbia can be skipped entirely. You don't need her. No one needs her. She's just a bait unit. Even if you like the look of her, she isn't necessary. She's good in raid bosses. I didn't use her because I didn't get her there, but she's an easy skip on this banner. The UR Ark is a good Ark if you manage to get it. It's not worth pulling just to get it, but if you get the Ark with Shift Ark, it's a very good combo because of the traits, dragon types, but it's mostly because of the learnable skills being quite nice, and the Ark skill being very good for the new Shift Ark. Gives a break debuff and a fire damage and damage cap buff to all allies, which is going to be quite nice for Shift Ark. And the fact that this is 40,000 damage cap, he's going to get 50% more, so it's going to be 60,000 damage cap from this for the Shift Ark. It's going to be perfect for him, and a Archive reward for him as well. It's pretty decent, so it's mostly for Shift Ark. If you get these two together, it's going to be a very good combo. It's going to work well together. It's not necessary to have them both together. It's just they're going to be pretty good, right? And I wouldn't say it's his best Ark choice, because Susanoo is going to be the best Ark to use on him for sure. You could put this Ark on a support just to use the Ark skill to buff Ark even more. That could be a thing you could do, but it's not super necessary in my opinion. It's still going to be good, for sure. I'm not going to be pulling for it though, and I don't recommend anyone to pull it. But if you do get it, it's going to be a good Ark to have for sure, but it's not recommended to try and chase it because it's not worth it. And yeah, that's pretty much everything in regards to the current banner units and the anniversary itself. It's a pretty good anniversary. I was hoping for some other changes like pity system and more quality of life stuff and stuff like that. They have said that there are some more quality of life changes coming up very soon in the next few months, so that's good news. Unfortunately, this not today, but the you can link your accounts to Google Play and stuff like that once they introduce that in the next few months. And there's a couple of other changes that they're going to be releasing in the next few months as well, and the Brave Frontier collab. So some good things happening very soon. Some good things to wait for. Yeah, it always depends on how many crystals you have, right? As a free-to-play player, it's a good idea to save until you have enough to guarantee a pity. Yeah, I'm just about to end the stream in a moment, unfortunately. This friend gacha did get updated, so I did see you can get some potions from here. I don't think you can get rainbow potions in here, but you can get some better materials in here now. Yeah, it can be pretty good having it on other units. Google accounts linking should have been a thing ages ago. You can get ultra clusters in here, which is quite nice. And I hope you can get rainbow potions, but it looks like that's a crimson potion, maybe, possibly. But yeah, it's good stuff in there now. I don't think I'm going to spend my time to spend these 11 million friend points, but you know, it's good for newer players at least that need the materials. So what I would recommend for most players right now is probably try to save most of your pulls, most of your crystals for the Brave Frontier collab, because that's going to be limited and more exciting. But if you're lacking options, then it is a good idea to pull on these banners after you used all of your tickets, But we do get 5 more tickets in the event later on, so it might be a good idea to wait for that first. And getting Shift Ark is going to be a massive boost to your accounts if you don't have Christmas Rem or Hinata or other top tier damage dealers like that. If you don't have those, Shift Ark is going to be almost a must-have, because he's going to allow you to push endgame content a lot further. So he's going to be a good pull for that reason. And yeah, one thing I haven't shown yet is the Adventure Medal trading space. I'm definitely going to be saving some for Brave Frontier collab. It's going to be, it should be quite fun. So Adventure Medal trading space right here now goes up to Melee and includes these Arkhs. Now here's what I recommend, right? These Arkhs, some of these are quite good. You've got Theopolis and Great War of Ruin in here. These two I highly recommend to save up your medals to get these, because you can, the fact that you can use your medals on these 2 Arkhs right now is quite crazy. Technically free to play accessible, even though it's going to take quite a long time to get these medals. I am only missing Solaris, so I'm going to buy that one because that's the only one I'm missing. I've got everything else, but the best ones in here being Theopolis, Great War of Ruin, Kagosuchi, very strong, because Flame Circle, and a very good Archive reward. If you don't have this one's a good one. Melee is pretty decent for Terramel 3, High Drain, Dog Eat Dog. Those are the main learnable skills that I think are pretty useful. But yeah, try to get most of these if you can. Get the most important ones like Great War of Ruin, Theopolis, Kagosuchi, and Melee, maybe Council of 10. If you have every one of these important ones, then just keep getting these equipments, because Amaterasu is not worth it. This Arkh is not worth using the adventure medals on. Even if it's the only one you don't have, it's not even worth getting. The only good thing about this is this Archive reward. That's the only good thing about it. Everything else is garbage and useless. So yeah, you can easily skip this one. Not even worth buying that one. God of Ruin, this Loxaeus Arkh is decent for the Archive rewards, but that's kind of the main thing, and Dark Attack Raise 2 Lilimat is pretty good, so most of these have some use at least, apart from Amaterasu, I think. Everything else has some kind of use. This one isn't really that useful anymore, honestly, so that's probably not even necessary either. I'm probably going to get Solaris because of the Archive reward is a pretty good weapon that can be Godforged, and the Arc trait is decent. And it's got Thunder Attack Raise 2. So I'm probably going to select that one because it's the only one I'm missing, but I don't recommend to get that unless you're in the same situation as me. But yeah, I'm going to leave that there for today. I do recommend to get the other important equipment first though. Well, get the important arcs first and then get the equipment afterwards, probably what I would say. Like Great War of Ruin, Theopolis, Kagosuchi, and then the equipment, because the equipment's like the ring that allows you to not normal attack is very strong. Brave Star ring's very strong. Gauntlet's quite good. The pendant's very good for Battleground Simulator. So yeah, make sure you get those stuff. And I'm gonna leave that there for today. Pretty fun anniversary. It's the fact that there's 2 units releasing at the same time is, you know, a bit much for some players, because if you're someone that tries to pull everything, the fact that there's 2 units on, 2 brand new units on right now, I don't know why they didn't just separate them out, because they could have just separated these units and had Lonardo in part 2 in 2 weeks from now. They could have done that instead, but I guess it's alright, because both of these units are available from tickets, and you could potentially get them from the Super Descent of Heroes tickets as well, so I suppose it's okay, because it's an anniversary and you get tickets. If it was any other normal events like Ruto and Fairy King's event, I wasn't a big fan of that, because I don't see a reason behind why they did that. But yeah. Yeah, I like both these units, but they're not necessary units, depending on your account. Lonardo is the least necessary, but yeah, I've talked about all this stuff already. If you want to go over, if you want to check anything, you can go back in this stream and I'll add the timestamps in a moment. In the Yeah, anniversary usually has two parts. The reason why I called this part one is because if I just show this really quickly. Actually, I don't think I can show it because it's going to bring up a new page. But this maintenance notice is going to have, or something has, it says a date, right? So if I go to anniversary, it's got today's date for part one, and it's got a second date from April 23rd. It's got another tab available, so I would consider 23rd of April to be part two, because it's on a separate tab of the anniversary events. So 23rd of April is going to be the final part of the anniversary, which is in 2 weeks from now. And yes, there's going to be some more events leading up to that. Like, if you remember, let me just show something real quickly, and I do want to end this really soon, is this event stage. These unlock, right? So this one, the last one, is on the 13th of May. I mean, it's on the 13th of May, after April, where you get crystals. You get the unit trade ticket on the 6th of May. So there are some good stuff coming up in the next month. And then that's probably when it finishes, and that's probably the last event for the anniversary. So yeah, that's everything. I need a break. I need a proper drink and to add timestamps into this live stream, and then I'll be back in 2 weeks from now for whatever the next unit is going to be. I don't know yet. There is a chance that it could be a unit that is shown up in the most recent story, because by the way, there is a new story that they've added in the world map. I haven't mentioned that yet, but there is a new story there. And I'm just going to be chilling over the next 2 weeks. I do have some things planned for myself because it's my birthday coming up very soon. I'm getting a new computer that I'm going to have to sort out over the next week or so. So I'm going to have a new computer when I stream next time. Hopefully that's all set up before then. And yeah, don't have any current video plans because I'm kind of busy over the next week or so, but hopefully I can get around to doing some videos at some point if I have any ideas. But yeah, thanks everyone for showing up, and have a nice anniversary. Hopefully your tickets give you some good luck, because tickets can sometimes give you something. You never know. Especially the guaranteed hero tickets was pretty nice. I like that. And yeah, I'll be back in 2 weeks. I'll add the timestamps very soon. It's been about almost 4.5 hours, so quite a long stream. I don't think it's the longest one, but very close to being the longest one. And I'll leave it there for today.